And hello, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome to our next session of Simple Path. Say hi, everybody.
Everybody.
Hi.
There we go. Okay, it looks
What's
like
up?
everything should be audible with very little issue. Okay.
Audible or
What's up?
sponsorship?
No.
That our sponsor.
No.
Stop.
To be fair, Amazon already owns the stream basically, so I can't say anything against our glorious overlords. But no, they have not graced us with a sponsorship yet. Anyway,
Yeah.
All in all, you're just another brick in the wall.
I see.
Pink Floyd would not like. So I'm pretty sure they don't like them.
Yeah.
They would do it with anti-disestablishmentarianism. That's a word for you to read. Anyway, so last we left off, the group had sort of started to disseminate to go and take care of some personal things just before you guys leave. The projected time for the boat to be ready is still about a day or so. That also gives time for some of these, the less long-term requests that some of you have made of the crown to be fulfilled, specifically in the very tight deadline before all the diplomats start pouring in. Guillermo assures you do not want to be here for that. For one thing, he's going to be too busy to help manage anything, to help you guys with anything. And for two, you guys do not want to be within eyeshot of any of the foreign dignitaries. You think the personal attention of one nation is bad? Yes. He doesn't particularly think that you're going to be scooped up by every foreign dignitary that comes in, but he does think that's a bad idea if the larger world knows of you guys at the moment, because any national attention is bad attention. There's no such thing as good publicity, at least for the time being, until you can actually manage it. So, that said, Mallory went off to go visit his contact that he has been the person he's been put into contact with at the the Match and Lock factory within the city of Verdigris.
Yes. My very, very impatient date.
Mark, what were you doing again? Could you remind me?
After the fact?
After your meeting with the king, because I believe that's where we left off.
Yes. Honestly, he would go back to the library and continue reading up.
Okay. Continue to go to the library. Hollow, where are you?
Holo is actually going around and like trying to find people that could maybe spiffy up like the main the cart for a bit.
Okay.
After it got scorched, maybe like add a little bit on to it. Not like anything huge, but like just further fortify it, maybe like some quality of life, like changes to it.
The thing definitely needs it. Your mending between you and Saren has gone a long way towards fixing it. But there's only so much you can do without a professional's help, unless you get purpose-made spells for it. Siren, what are you doing?
Well, she had finished reading the letter from that professor that said that there was a possibility, or that his theory so far was that her village could have been shunned into a different dimension. And so then, after reading that, she was gonna reach into her pocket and pull out the business card from Harry and go and talk to him about a few things.
Right. You're going to specifically to the professor?
To Harry, the Lich.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute. And Karia.
I believe Karia and the child went off to go and try and find the people who would then set up the park so that they could get set up for the burial ceremony tonight.
Right. Okay. And that also takes care of Elba.
Yes.
Karia. Lovely. So in that case, with all that firmly reminded for me, Flick.
Yes.
In your absence, we have basically been ruling it off as Flick being in a 3-day hangover coma. Every single time.
Flick is so exhausted from the...
Anytime something has happened in the same room as him, he's basically been out like a light in that sort of if we could keep with the generalizations, the very feline tendency to just curl up and ignore the world.
The very definition of a catnap.
Yes, very much so. We'll say that possibly just before the group, just after the group left for their audience of the king, Flick finally managed to drag himself out of bed. You do remember that there is supposed to be an audience with the king today.
Blimey. I feel like I've been in this bed for 1,000 years. Yes, Flick will do just that. He'll almost quite literally drag himself out of bed because presumably he feels fucking like slightly exhausted.
Just ever so slightly, yes. Also, that little like pitter-patter drum of slight pain in the back of your head that's left over from a hangover. Little what do we call it? Little bits of evidence of your previous ragers with, and also the big bar crawl you could barely remember with Mallory and Siren. But yes, do you freshen up? Do you put on a perfectly nice change of clothes, or do you just go to the palace as is?
Well, obviously Flick is definitely going to freshen up, any combs through his fur, any any nice enough clothes that he can get, which, considering his wardrobe is not going to be a whole lot.
Not a lot to choose from, though.
Yeah. Previously he's always been very utilitarian about clothing, but now that he's really getting out in the world more often, he's definitely starting to lean more into, or I guess considering leaning more into style rather than substance, or I guess trying to find a balance of the two.
Mm-hmm. Trying to balance form and function.
Yes.
Cool. All right. You fix yourself up as best as you can. You put on your nicest semi-clean blouse. Make sure your cloak isn't dirty or stained. Tidy up your fur, and you step out of the house. And God, is that sun bright.
Who turned up the sun?
Yeah, you're not the only one waking up at like 1 PM and bracing themselves against the harsh light of the sun that is currently filtering through the clouds. You're not the only person regretting the 3-day rager, and you're pretty sure this is probably going to become an annual thing. So people
he tugs the hood over his eyes more.
There you go. Yeah, he's just like tugging the what do you call the hem of your hood over your eyes, and then like other people, they're taking like sun hats, like straw hats, and covering the front of their faces with it. There are people who are shielding rather ineffectively their eyes underneath their forearms or their hands, and people are getting up. Since the festival is coming to a close, that means people need to get back to work, and so there is much grumpiness at 1 PM within the city of Verdigris. But you see that the city is slowly starting to put itself back together. Also, Grim, thank you for the self-care. Starting us off good as usual.
Appreciate it.
Okay. You set myself up properly. I am presuming you start to make your way towards the palace then.
Yes.
You do so. There's a crush of a crowd in front of the palace, more so than usual. Well, more so than previously. The usual now for the last 3 days has been just the front palazzo being filled and the front gate being clogged with prospective visitors. Now you also see some interesting styles of dress among those, like funny hats, colorful clothing, people of different races also lining up. You see one looks to be elf in the bunch, guarded by a couple of men in a couple of long-eared men in. I'm pretty sure that armor is sort of like what Shizuka wears, except it's way less like broken. Among others, there's what looks to be a man in an interesting-looking hat with it looks to be made out of fur, and it rises off of his head like a smokestack or a tower. There's other people in interesting-looking armor, and just overall seems to be some very interesting characters who probably came into port today. You show up, and the captain of the guard is there at the gate. Bianca was her name, but you don't know her. At least you only know her in passing. She sees you, looks at the little clipboard she has, and goes, "Oh, that's where you were. I was thinking that the group was one. No, actually, they had it. Anyway, you're expected inside. Makes the group bigger than previously. Yeah, I'll have to make a note of that. Go ahead, go on inside. The king is expecting you, and you're let in. Much to the many much to the many complaints of all the people standing outside, who have been waiting in line as you were just gestured through the gate.
All through then. All right.
She gives you a nod as you pass through, and the gate is shut behind you. Just before one looks to be a gnomish man with a big floppy-looking fur hat tries to slip through the open gate, and the captain of the guard, Captain Bianca, just like brings a hand and goes, "No, sir, you must wait in line." But he's been let through. He is a guest of the king. He's a personal guest. Please. So you enter the palace. It's alive, and it's rushing around as per normal. And just as you come in, you see the rest of the group descending the steps, having obviously just finished their audience with the king. You see people kind of breaking off. You see Mallory going in one direction. You see Karia and what looks to be a small golden-eyed child walking off in another direction.
It's so confusing. Flick stumbles in with a fucking hangover, and Karya has a gold kid. Don't worry about it. Keeps walking.
Yep. As Flick sees the rest of his party mates diverting off, he calls after them. I'll catch up with the rest of you lot later on today.
With that, Flick.
Ceremony later. Don't be late. Leaves.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll do my best. As he says, as he's kind of like tugging his hood back a bit and like rubbing the back of his head.
Take care of yourself. Drink lots of water.
Yeah. I'll ask for that. As soon as I get in. Appreciate it.
Up the stairs to the king's office, and there, with the door still halfway open, you see Guillermo sitting at his desk, and he goes, "Oh, Flick, good to see you finally made it."
Yeah. Apologies about the tardiness. Past few days have been quite a ripper.
That's one way of putting it. Normally, my staff is far less permissive when it comes to lateness, but hopefully this shouldn't impact our schedule too much. We're only about 5 minutes behind. That's going to take a month to fix. Anyway, I'm only writing your case. So I just got done talking with the rest about their prospective rewards and any expectations of the future. Things we would like for each other in the coming forward. Karia certainly didn't ask for a small amount. He among them asked for an unconditional favor from me, which I want to say the brass balls on that man, but I don't know if he's brass. He could be gold, he could be silver, who knows. The question at hand, though, is please shut the door behind you.
Yeah, gotcha. By the way, you wouldn't happen to have any Bachi, no. Could I have a glass of water, please? This headache's been killing me.
Kind of looks around. You see the towering furnace. That's not furnace. The towering thermos he keeps on the desk next to him. He goes, I'll have some brought in. I normally only have coffee on my desk. I think the last time I drank water in this room was, ever. And I don't think coffee would do your position any good at the moment. So, yeah. He then, picks a bell up, like a little chime bell off of his desk and rings it. Gives a sharp little cling, and then, about 2 seconds later, a maid comes in. Your Highness, please bring our guest something cold and refreshing to drink, preferably some clean water, and perhaps a light snack to start his morning off. Yeah, of course, Your Highness. And she exits the room and goes, thank you. Okay. Refreshments are on their way. And while normally I would wait until they get here to talk about any business, we are a little bit short on time. So, first of all, again, allow me to thank you on behalf of the kingdom. I'm going to be sort of the reduced version of the one I spoke to the others. I think it's appropriate and proportionate to the amount of people in comparison. Thank you very much for your service to the kingdom. We were instrumental in the first casualty-free dragon fight in a very long time. Ignoring the fact that it was the first dragon fight in a very long time as well. You risked hide and hair for the sake of my kingdom, and I promised as a result that I would pay you directly out of the kingdom's coffers. So, my question to you is, what do you want in return? You should know that the rest of the group has already made their requests. Among them are a few larger items. One is a monument within the city, as well as a park to surround it, and a memorial of the dragon that was felled. There was also a personal ship requested, and while I can't necessarily hand you the one that you will be taking to Mordan, like Karya requested, I will be having the Shipwrights Guild build you all a new one and deliver it to you to your nearest port of call. So you will have your own personal ship sometime within the next few months.
Oh, good on you, Cop. Good on you, mate. Appreciate it.
So, that is overall, I would say, the group-wide benefits that have been requested, just so they don't overlap with anything you might personally request. That said, what would you ask of the crown?
Well, let's start off with simple. Any sums of gold, perhaps?
Oh, gold is the easiest request for me to fulfill. Though up until this point, everybody else has been making requests that, could only or could most easily be achieved with the sway and contacts that a kingdom might have. Kind of says that as a nudge. Gold is easily manageable, and the most immediate reward I can give you.
Of course. It's also not exactly high priority for me. Believe me, I've got bigger fish to fry.
Everybody seems to.
As he kind of rubs the tip of one of his ears.
Then perhaps any sort of request that might help point in that direction.
I'll get to that in just a second. Second, this is something that was kind of going through me head, kind of prior to getting sloshed, as it would be. Do you not suppose you could, as he kind of leans in a bit, you don't suppose you can fashion a dagger from one of that dragon's teeth, would you?
Easily.
Huh.
Well, this is the thing. I discussed this with the group prior. Technically speaking, as being major participants in the fight against the dragon, you do have claim over a certain proportion of the kill, and as such, you may claim materials for your own purposes, whether it's for selling, for crafting, for showing off in your parlor room. Dragon fights have an international treaty that basically boils down to dibs. and that is something of a long-standing tradition, even long after the fights, even after the dragons largely disappeared. The thing is, there is a process to this. Normally, and this has not been something that has been monitored or maintained because nobody's fought a dragon in a few hundred years. Once the kill is made, you're supposed to back off and then allow people to argue, duel, haggle over who gets how much of the body. That process was, unfortunately, skipped over by Karia when he then excised its heart and proceeded to take several bites out of it.
I noticed that.
Meaning that heart now takes up a good chunk of your guys' spoils of victory, and that is now being buried in a park as per Karia's request to commemorate the dragon. We're going to have to guard that grave for a very long time. That does not, however, mean that you don't have claim to any more of the dragon. This does not mean that you don't claim any more of the dragon, however. The tooth is easy. If we can do like one of the back teeth or something, that could easily make a dagger. Hell, one of the teeth could probably make you a sword if you wished. But I don't think dragon teeth being curved as they are would fit your fighting style. It would look a bit more. It might come out a bit more like a broadsword or a saber.
Rapiers, but definitely along those lines.
Unfortunately, from what I'm told, if you want needle-like teeth, you need to go after green dragons, and people can't exactly be selective about what they hunt these days. So, a dagger is easily doable. Some scale armor is also doable. We never even got to how much of the dragon's body you guys have claim to. The majority of it is going to be going towards some vanity pieces, as well as towards outfitting some of the, at least for what the kingdom has claim to, is going to be going towards arming the people and our army. What is left over can be claimed by you, and can also be claimed by some of the guilds that had an active participation in the felling of the dragon. Of course, the largest among them is going to probably be the Match and Lock Guild. It's basically the order of who gets what is for you guys, the kingdom, and then the crafting guilds who helped supply and participate in the felling. And sitting on top of that pile is our gun manufacturer. They're going to have a very fun time making guns out of dragon parts.
Don't forget, Guillermo, you get bragging rights too. That crack shot you had with the rifle was
Don't
worry, I'm busting your chops.
His head in his hands.
Busting your chops, don't worry.
They're probably gonna make me something. They're probably gonna make me a bunch of things to wear, and every single time I have to go out on ceremony, I'm gonna look like some sort of trussed-up dragon slayer. But yes, back to you. Let's make you look like a trussed-up dragon slayer. Why don't we? So you want a dagger.
Yes.
And I don't think I ever got to the group about exactly how much, because it's still kind of being... We've got mathematicians and we've got quartermasters on site tallying up just how much tonnage of dragon meat we have, how much hide, how much good scales that weren't shredded by the gunfire, what organs are still intact, bones and such. So we don't know exactly how much of that is good material. They kind of get minced. And that is the unfortunate aftermath of a dragon fight, is only so much of it is viable afterwards, after getting repeatedly shot. Bloody thing didn't go down with a cannonball in its chest. Anybody else would have died outright. My complaints about the age of myth still lingering around. Besides, there's probably enough. There's probably at least one good tooth and enough of anything else that you guys can probably benefit from it. So, you probably want, and I encourage you to ask for more than just a knife.
Don't worry. I was definitely contemplating at least something prior to this. So, he kind of motions to kind of tugs at some of the clothes he has. Some of these here, rags, I guess you could call them. I've been wearing these for a while. I tended to wear them a bit irreverently, you know. In my line of work, you're not necessarily worrying about style, you're worrying about substance. I mean, occasionally you might substitute a bit of style, but it's all about, I guess, utility. What I was thinking, because it's a special occasion, I want something that bridges the gap between being very, between having a lot of utility, but really looking the part.
Considers that, rests his chin on his hands, and says, "We have some good tailors here at the palace. They complain about not getting enough work, sure."
I know I definitely want to keep this and this. He kind of pulls the cloak, his cloak to the side and tugs at his hood.
Mhm.
Definitely want to keep these. But I was thinking something like a jacket over this undershirt.
Yeah.
A nice...
One hand goes to a charcoal pencil. He starts jotting a couple things down.
Something like a nice arm harness, you know, going across the chest,
So,
covering this here arm, because this sword arm's going to be doing a lot of work.
so a fencer's ensemble. That makes sense.
Yeah, maybe some other extra bits of armor here and there. Maybe nice pair of boots, because boots I got are getting kind of worn down, you know?
Mhm.
These things have been on ships and time again.
Every time, did I miss anything?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, never mind.
Then a
No,
new
and also,
set-
I was also thinking maybe some slacks, because these pants are also getting kind of... He kind of motions to the patchwork that's
well,
on them.
Why don't I just make a request for a full new ensemble from the tailors? We'll get you a couple of good boots for walking, a new cloak, and I'll underline when you said that you put the hoods who stay.
Yes.
Anything else you might ask for?
Flick kind of ponders for a moment, kind of
Something about that,
strumming his chin a bit.
perhaps something to do with that fish you needed to fry? A lot of
Matter of
the-
fact, yes.
yeah, a lot of the others are making requests that go towards their own future ambitions, so don't be shy.
He kind of shifts around a bit in his seat. If the food's come at this point, he
Oh yeah, no, I forgot.
takes
about that.
a...
Yeah, no, the maid would have been back within a couple of minutes and would have set down a tray with 2 tall glasses of what do you call it? Of condensation lined water, which just to outside look is an odd thing to see sometimes, but an obvious sign of refrigeration, as well as what looks to be a plate of cookies.
Hey,
They look to be biscotti.
nice, delicious. But yeah, Flick takes a swig of water, as he's presumably done through this conversation. Kind of rests his arms on his legs and looks at Guillermo and says, "So, for a time I was part of this privateer band called the Ginsies.
See,
They're well, they don't exactly have a particular form of clientele. They'll work for the highest bidder, and that means any highest bidder.
see. So, very mercantile.
They're the mercenaries. They're not exactly worried about who's paying them, just if they're getting paid. Which, you know, is part of the course, but they were different. It's complicated. What I'm asking for is, you know, if anything, any kind of, I guess, criminal conduct I might have done. I don't know, here or wherever, but some kind of pardon, a royal pardon, perhaps. It's been a
yourself
while
or for the
since
crew?
maybe I've been back. That's a good question, because they were family. The family before this family.
As far as I'm concerned, given the services you rendered the kingdom, any crimes we might have had in the books related to you have already been rendered moot. You already benefit from that. Not that we have too much of a recollection or any sort of record of you trampling on our feet. From what I understand, and it has been a bit, the Ginsu's operated further east, at least typically. I can't help you with pardoning your people outside of the kingdom, and there's not too much to do with that here. Now, whether or not I've not heard of this Ginsu band for on our shores for quite a while. Typically, I also have not actually heard of them for quite some time. So it could be they're operating under a different name today.
They have a tendency to be rather elusive, I guess. Keep prying eyes away.
I would expect at least some capability with that from criminal elements. People who can't master that craft don't tend to last very long. That leaves me with a bit of a difficulty in honoring this request, because when it comes to you, any crimes you might have committed largely don't matter at this point. For what amounts to armed robbery and petty theft, were to just arrest you now, that would look very bad. Also, wouldn't make me a very good friend.
That's true.
Make this kind of permissiveness for other people very often at all. As for your family, they might be running under a pseudonym right now, and so issuing a pardon for them might be difficult. Also, if they are actively conducting piracy on my boats, it would look very silly for me to start permitting them or for pardoning them, especially with no prior notification to them, as suddenly out of nowhere they are forgiven within the country of Lorbus, and they might see this as being foolishness on my state's part, and just see that as making us an easy target. So that makes it doubly difficult to justify doing so.
I was definitely thinking more of just myself, and not. I was definitely thinking probably more along the lines of myself, because pardoning them, it's going to be hard, because the stuff we did together was it varied. Let's just say.
Now,
they're a ferocious bunch,
Now, most of the regret I sense coming off of you does not have to do with the crimes you've committed. More so, I notice the fact that you are not running with them.
Yeah.
Rather obvious.
It was
situation. That makes me
let's just say
why you would bring them up and why you might want them pardoned.
Let's just say he seems a little bit uneasy recalling a lot of this information. Physically a little bit uneasy as he adjusts himself even more in his chair. Yeah, kind of scooting from side to side. Let's just say me and the leader are related. And that relationship soured. But actually, let's just say it's...
The ship is
no, I'll just like that. She's my sister.
Ah.
And let's just say some disagreements on each other's part led to her basically labeling me as a dead man.
Charming. Okay.
Yeah, she's I don't know if she's still looking for me or what, but let's just say that I don't imagine she'd be very happy to still be seeing me walking this earth.
Okay. Question still remains, what can I do about that?
Like, again, strokes the sides of his face, pondering as his ears kind of shift from angle to angle. And also kind of fold downwards. What do you think is something you might be able to offer? Because I don't know if I necessarily want or need any kind of, I don't know, royal backing in case she comes around.
More than likely, we wouldn't be able to help very much. Any conflict you might have is probably going to be we're not going to be able to intervene in. You may notice that within our proximity, we have the Dwarven Kingdom of Yucatan, and their navy is quite fearsome. We have an uneasy alliance with them, but their navy around these waters is responsible for the fact that there is minimal piracy on these shores. That being that Yucatan are some of the most ferocious privateers on the open sea, and they protect their sea borders quite fiercely. They do not like muscling in on their territory or their protection money. So I don't think you have to worry about them coming anywhere nearby, causing trouble close to Quadranon's western banks. Other places in the ocean, I can't say the same, and we will not be able to respond. I can't promise any sort of manhunt, as I can't dedicate one or more ships towards hunting down a bunch of ghosts. So the best offer I can give you is the same one I gave Siren, it's the one I gave Shaiko, is the one I gave to Shizuka. Information. I do have an information network, and if you give me some information, if you give me a description to go off of, I can ask my people to keep an eye out. And then, if I see anything, I can pass that along to you. Being that several of you now have actual stable addresses I can send things to, I can actually send you letters rather than having to request a sending spell every single time I want to get something somewhere. Which is difficult.
That is true. That should probably make things pretty easy.
So it's
Streamline the hook.
It's a bit of a insubstantial offer, but I can offer you information or potential information. You never know what they're going to kick up.
Yep. Flick kind of crosses one of his legs over the other and says, "Well, it can be a step. It could be a step in the right direction."
He shrugs and says,
Yeah.
That's about as much as I can offer.
That's all right. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, wasn't sure if there was any sort of a record of me in this place, so if anything, the pardon was more of a tentative pardon, if you will.
Well, you were virtual unknowns when you showed up at my kingdom. Or the reason I let you come in and shadow me at all. When we started digging into your guys' identities, when you started becoming figures of some more interest, we found some trace of you matching a description of a pirate that ran with a crew that really we only had in some stories. As catfolk are not uncommon on the sea, but there are a few that match your fur pattern. So, but we didn't personally on the records have any sort of crime or bounty on you. You don't need to worry about that.
Oh, thank goodness. That being said, any information will do. Any, eyes wide open, keeping a watch.
Of course. And should anything be of a particular import come along, ask that to Stanislav, as he seems to be the most reliable vector of getting information to you. Oh yes, I've been
that'd
in
be
active
wonderful,
talks with
actually.
Stanislav. He's we're building a bit of a business relationship at the moment, and it's coming in very, very useful. I'm sure he appreciates the
there you
business
go.
as well. So, I believe that is about as much time as I can spare. If anything else comes to mind, please bring it to my secretary. For now, though, I have kingly duties to see to, and I am at my limit for how much time I can spare. For much time
Naturally.
I can spare between duties. So, thank you very much for coming and keeping my service. Please get out. I have things to do.
Of course.
Damn.
Yes. I'll be on my way, and
Safe
see you
travels
on
to
the other side. And he safe travels to you as well. And he curtsies before seeing himself out. Oh, and thank you for the water and the cookies.
You're very welcome. So, Flick
And
has
he
made his
shall
request.
see himself out.
Flick has made his request of the king. Every time we will shift our perspective. This is my favorite part of any session, the party being split to pieces.
It's okay, I can shave Flick because I got the reference he was making with his pirate man. With his pirate man. I'm gonna shave him now. You're gonna come out as Bingus.
Oh,
my
not
God.
Bingus.
This is my punishment.
But you know, that would make a good disguise, though. No one would be able to tell it's him.
Just.
He's a Sphinx
I'm-
kid now.
I don't know if the spell is in Pathfinder First Edition, but just throw an Ultra Self on me. I'll be fine.
Yeah, that's
Or
all
disguise
self.
self is absolutely a thing in Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
So, all right, let's get to the checklist of things to do. Karya is going off to go see some people about getting the monument set up. Siren, why don't we land on Siren for a little bit? Okay, you got your letters. One of which stated that the professor is currently back at the university, and you've also got in your hand a business card. One that states
Yeah.
one Harold.
The only reason I didn't consider Siren going to talk to the professor is because I remember last session you said that this was the last day of the festival, so the university was closed.
Right, yes.
But
you have to go
while it's
tomorrow.
closed, yeah, Siren finishes reading the letter and she kind of slouches and slumps back on the bench, the park bench she's sitting in. Takes the letter, folds it like how it was before, places it back in its little container, and puts it in her backpack pocket, something. And then, from the same place, she pulls out the business card that Harry gave her. What's written on this? What does it look like exactly?
One Harold Spellbane Esquire, Master of Magics and Enchantment, consultation, and consultation for magical artifacts and for all businesses involving the arcane. If in need of contact, please. And then if you flip over the, it's got some nice. It's a nice like, sort of flourishes around the edges that help give it a bit of a frame. The text is all bunched up on the left side, and on the right looks to be a sort of cutout shot of the lower half of a skull, then a business suit, two skeletal hands sort of adjusting a tie, and then cuts off right around where the lower rib cage would be. So it's kind of like a chest shot of a skeleton in a business suit adjusting his tie. And if you flip the business card over, it says, for all matters involving the arcane, and for consultations on matters of import or emergency, please.
Oh, as in like rip the card.
Yes.
Well, so she reads that and then like kind of holds it up above her head and goes, "Oh, I guess it goes nothing." And in one fell swoop rips it in half.
Okay. Where would you be right about? Would you like be in front of the royal palace? Would you be walking back to the hotel? What would you be doing?
I guess this would be on like a park bench at a park closest to the palace, yeah. If
Okay.
there is one.
So you take a seat on the bench, and you just give it a read, flip it over, read the back, and then...
She
Oh.
scrunches her face like something's gonna happen that's gonna be like painful or something because she doesn't know what to expect.
It's a nice day out. There are people walking back and forth. There's bits and pieces of the festival still happening, though it's obvious just like now that you're in the afternoon, things are starting to wind down a little bit. People are packing away stalls. Some folks are walking around shielding their eyes because of the last residue of hangovers. Children with worn away paint on their faces walk around with their parents. And while you're taking this in, waiting for something to happen, kind of bracing yourself, there's a momentary sort of lapse in your periphery, and then sitting next to you on the park bench is a distinguished gentleman.
Ah! Oh, I mean, hello.
Good afternoon, Sarah. There's no
it's-
pop, there's no explosion, there's no flash of light. He's just sitting there.
He's just there.
One leg crossed over the other, hands folded in his lap, and with a before you saw him with a skull for a face, and now it's a very sort of sharp looking, like half elf, you would wager, with a slightly pointed chin, well groomed. A well-groomed beard, mustache, clean shaven, and he wears a bowler hat.
Okay, very distinguished.
As he sits there with his hands folded in his lap and says, "Saren, how lovely of you to contact me. It's been a while."
Hello. Are you Harry? You look a bit different.
Yes. I am given the liberty of unveiling more of my true self within Mordan because of the general acceptance of undead here and other places. However, before I drop in for consultations, I tend to make sure that I am presentable before finding out. Rather, I like to come in over prepared and then be pleasantly surprised. So. It's been a while since we had one of our talks. Seeing as you
Yes.
triggered the alarm on my business card, this is a matter of some importance.
Oh yes, very much so. There's two things I wanted to talk with you about. Two different things. First, I'd like to say it's good to see you again. It's
Thank
been
you
a
very
while.
much. It's lovely to speak to you again, Sarah.
Should we? Is it all right to speak here? Or...
Well, absolutely.
I don't
Do you
know,
need some degree
perhaps
of privacy?
more I would say, given one of the topics, probably yes.
One moment. He checks around. He pulls out what looks to be some sort of rolling dial thing. Looks a bit like that thing from the Da Vinci Code.
Oh.
As he spins a couple things and then makes a hand gesture, and says something in a few arcane words that you recognize to be a rather familiar spell cast in a slightly different way, that being Silent Table.
Oh, yes. Very good. I guess I should then approach first with the topic that required this privacy. It has to do with the dragon that was slayed that caused this new holiday and this new festival that you can see around. Did you hear about that? Do you know about it?
Yes, actually, I was one. I like to think that I keep on top of most globe-shaking happenings. I was informed 4 days ago. It's been about 4 days. Sorry, longer-lived creature. It's harder to keep track of time sometimes. But yes, I believe it was 3-4 days ago. I was informed that a dragon had been most publicly and swiftly felled. I must say to this nation and to assuming you were part of this, bravo. That is that. I had one look at the body, and it was one of the most swift and clinical takedowns I have seen of a dragon in quite some time. Regrettable as it is, still have to admire the sheer brutality of firearms and how far they've come. Only a few centuries.
Very fascinating indeed. It was Guillermo that landed the
Yes, the
killing
Boy King.
shot, so to speak. Yes, but we were there and we did assist with taking down the dragon. Unfortunately, so to say, in order to keep the kingdom safe.
Poor Crorax, he didn't deserve such a thing.
Poor what?
Crorax. Oh, you didn't know his name.
Crorax.
Yes, that makes sense.
No, I was able to form a psychic connection with him.
You
I
were?
saw a few visions, but no names or
Hmm.
words. It was different.
I see. Well, I can't speak too much on the matter. It is something of a international issue, and is also, I don't believe, the topic of conversation that you had intended. Yes, I am aware of the dragon's death. Why do you ask?
Well, I ask because since you are so well versed with magic and knowledgeable, as it seems, do you know anything about being able to control such a creature to the point where it is reduced to a primitive, animalistic, violent, hungry beast who no longer talks and just rampages?
Quite easily, actually. Well, I shouldn't say easily. Dragons are notoriously resistant to magic, they're stubborn, they're prideful, and they are difficult to keep on a leash. Shameful and immoral as it is, there are magics that allow you to reduce somebody to a slavery. Some more easily than others. Dragons are, again, reputed for their resistance to such things. Reducing a dragon, especially one of that size, to a rampaging monster is still achievable, though. And having, again, had a look at the body, I have a better idea of what exactly might have happened. If you were to reduce a creature to such simplistic mindset, that absolutely speaks to a feeble mind curse, which is just cruel for dragons. It's, I am told that being exposed to the feeble mind curse is like being caged in your own body while a drunken idiot pilots it.
I see. So you lose control, basically.
Now, when you feeble mind a creature, that makes it very difficult to direct because they are reduced to near brain death in terms of mental capability and such responding. Oh, B, thank you for dropping in. It's very kind of you. I see this. I see the nickname is still stuck. I still don't know where that came from, and you won't tell me. But yes, the feeble mind makes it very difficult for to pilot a creature, to use a less delicate word. Dragons even more so, because it becomes a 80-ton death machine with no self-control and no reason to listen to anything you have to say. So one of the best ways of directing a creature that won't listen, and any circus master will tell you, is pain. And so that's where the second step would come in. If I was to, back in my less kind days, pull something such as this, I would use a geisha.
A geisha.
It's a curse that compels a creature to seek out a certain task. It is long-standing. It sticks on you like a tumor. And anytime you go against the implanted command or goal, it hurts you. And it hurts you quite badly. Sometimes proportionate to how far you stray outside of the instructions. So, something reduced to animal intelligence that has been collared with a curse that hurts it proportionally to how far off the path it goes would imply that someone herded this dragon towards human civilization.
That's that person, whoever they are, they've got quite the goal to do that to a dragon.
Yes, they do. And it would imply some larger goal or just a simple wish to sow chaos. Either they have a nasty grudge against this kingdom, or perhaps just the Quadranon in general, because the dragon would not have stopped here. Unfortunately, now that the dragon is dead, I cannot tell you what the proper contents of the Geish were. It's unfortunate. It might have just been Lorbus, and then they would have commanded the Geish to kill them upon completion. Or they may have simply said, demolish all kingdoms in the area, or demolish one, move to the next. I can't tell you what the grander designs behind that were. All I can tell you is that this was a targeted. This was not happenstance, and it was either to sow chaos and make a distraction, or just for the simple pleasure of trying to flatten the kingdom. There are, unfortunately, creatures out there capricious enough to try and do both.
Yes, well, my friend Vok, he was the one who actually found the rune on the dragon. I assume that was the Geish part of it.
Very likely. Geishas usually have some form of mark that light up when they are invoked, so when the creature goes against the wishes of the master.
Well, I still wonder if it was a target to Lorbus, or if it was a target to Orthos, because that was a dragon from the Orthos lineage. Or perhaps both. You would know anyone who would do that, right? And she kind of
I know a few.
leans and squints at him.
I know quite a
'Cause,
few,
you know-
actually. Orthos made some very substantial enemies in his time. But that, unfortunately, I cannot go into, as that is client confidentiality in many cases. And they
He's a
very
client of
specifically
yours.
request their privacy when these matters. I will say, though, that Orthos had quite a few major enemies. Though if they were trying to target him, I don't see why they would release one of his children in such a state here. He has no holdings, no stakes, no nothing here. He doesn't care about this place.
No, not about this place, but perhaps for the sake of embarrassing him. So it's kind of like saying, oh, I took one of your kids and look what I did with them. Look what they've been reduced to.
Kind of
I don't know, maybe that?
brings one hand up to his chin. The sharp elvish features twist a bit as he purses his lips. That sounds petty enough to be the case. Yes, I can imagine a couple of people who would do that. And I know that Orthos, a few years ago, had his holdings destroyed.
He did?
Oh, yes, you know about this.
Well, the holdings.
As in his
I
properties,
don't know.
his resources, his contacts. His
Why?
well, after the attack on his home, which I'm sure Karia has told you quite a bit of,
Oh, yes.
that left his power base shaken, and it started to fall to infighting. His children fought amongst each other for what scraps of power they could get. Some left on the winds to different corners of the world. Others stayed and tried to wrestle what they could of it. And in the chaos and the fighting, I would not be surprised if one or more of them were killed or abducted.
Yes, in the chaos of it all.
And that, of course, Orthos being killed in that fight would obviously mean he would not be able to intervene in such matters and restore order to his holdings.
But he wasn't killed, he's still alive.
Pardon?
Orthos? The dragon, you mean?
Yes. Yes, the
He's-
great worm that was slain. Are you saying that he's still alive?
Yes, the big red one. That one.
I'm sorry, how can you substantiate that?
Well, I spoke to him.
I'm sorry, you
Called
did
him.
what?
Well,
You spoke to
I
a
had
great...
him
Harry.
Theron,
I
Thank
should
you,
The cat
Harry.
out of the
let me
bag.
to clarify.
Theron, you are a lovely woman, but you... Oh, okay. Please.
Somewhere in the distance, Kari is like, I feel so seen right now. What-
Listen, you're a lich. The fact that you're having this reaction makes me very worried. But
And
listen,
as
my
you
intention...
should be. Also, slide aside. Hello, Permafrostbite. Welcome in. Thank you for coming in. It's nice to have
Hi.
a new face here. We're
Hello.
currently in the middle of a consultation session between a cleric and a lich. So he says,
The usual.
I hope that my reaction drives some form of impetus to be worried about the moment. Why did you speak to Orthos? How did you speak to Orthos? And how?
Well, okay, so I used the sending spell, right? You know that one. Of course you do, you're so smart. And I used it to talk to him, and my intention was to inform him that one of his family members had been felled at... And I wanted to imply that someone was out to get them, so to speak, because he was controlled and he wasn't, in control of himself and someone else was controlling him. But I don't know if he understood fully what I meant or if he misunderstood me, but he gave me this, and she shows the mark on her neck, and now he wants to go talk to me, and apparently I've been nominated Answer Seeker, which is true. I am seeking answers, which is why I'm talking to you.
I see. Sarah, I don't think you quite...
left us.
I don't quite think you appreciate the scope of what you've just involved yourself in.
No, I do.
Siren,
Well, I don't appreciate
as
it,
an-
but I
As an
understand.
expert in global matters and the arcane, I don't say this with condescension. You have no fucking clue.
All right.
Okay.
No.
Allow me to say this in the best way I can put this. That was probably the bravest, the dumbest thing I've ever seen somebody do in about a century. Most people don't have the gall to directly address a great worm in any circumstance, let alone directly throw a sending message at them. In most cases, most dragons and creatures of greater magic power tend to have walls in place to stop errant messages being thrown at them by lesser creatures.
Well, he probably forgot to set up a voicemail.
Sure. Sure, let's go with that.
Voicemail.
Sure, okay.
Cannot reach it this time, please. Please
I
leave
will
a
not-
message or try again later.
I have to mention that Kari is not there, but there's got to be like an itch in the back of his neck. Just
His
like
ears
this
are
fucking,
burning.
I feel so
Ears are
validated right
burning.
now, and I don't know why.
Karya in the middle of his escort mission just suddenly has to take a seat, and he just tells he just tells
I
he
feel
a
a
little
disturbance in the
child.
I
force.
said he just tells his little child, I sense a great disturbance in the force.
There's something going on.
So-
I don't know what, but I'm feeling very validated right now.
Karia's ears are currently burning. And Harry reclines into the bench, takes a long, deep, unnecessary, but still punctuated breath as he says, okay. I want you to know just how lucky you are.
Lucky.
XFH. Yes, unfortunately, this is the problem with long-standing campaigns. Is it's hard to understand what exactly is happening without context. I'm very sorry about that. And I can't stop every 2 minutes to resupply context.
Let me explain. So, I'm a cleric, and I talked to one of the biggest baddies in the campaign. I just called him using sending, because you can just do that, apparently.
Yep.
And now I'm talking to a lich about the fact that one of that bad guy's kids was killed because he was being controlled, and he wasn't he was doing stuff he didn't want to do, and then we had to kill him because he's a dragon, and it's a whole family of dragons, and Dovahkiin and all that, and now we're here.
That elucidates basically fucking nothing. But yes, I'm glad you're enjoying the dynamic regardless. I do have a YouTube page. It is linked down below that has all the VODs of the previous session. So if you want to watch those, as rough as they can be at the early times, they are there. Yeah, that's true. The party and even the GM sometimes don't even know what is going on 100% of the time. So yes, thank you for coming along and enjoying it regardless. It's always nice to have people here. So, Harry, his reaction to this is, I want you to understand just how lucky you are.
And why do you say that?
You are a lovely woman, Saren, and you mean the best, and you have such a charming personality.
Oh, thank you.
Other people have sent sendings. I'm going to let you in on something I don't normally tell people. I wasn't always a very nice person. I'm still working on it. It's something of a multi-millennia program that I'm going through.
Oh, okay.
And when I was something a bit more of an orthos myself, I had barriers in place that exploded people's heads when they sent me ascending.
Oh. I see.
To be fair, I was rather cruel at the time. And I didn't like being bothered with all the messages from people who thought they could call me out, challenge me, berate me for my moral failings. As much as I probably needed it at the time, I wasn't very willing to listen. And as a result, I put up various wards and protections and anti-scrying measures that, let's just say, is a bit more than just a poke in the eye on the peeping eye in the people.
Right.
The fact that Orthos did not have such measures in place is very fortunate. You would,
Well,
from your personal experience, and this is a bit out of character. You remember the whole thing when Karia tried to scry on one of his half siblings. There was something similar that were far less powerful. And Harry continues and says, "It seems Orthos is open to talking. I don't know why. I don't know how he survived. And I don't know what that means for the greater trajectory of the world. As previously, that was potentially one less tyrant, but also one less dragon in the world. Both are... It's a double-edged sword. But he is, from what I can tell of that mark on your neck, inviting you into his home. That is a
yes.
rare opportunity and a rare duty. My best thing I can suggest to you is be careful about what you say.
Of course.
It doesn't seem to have any sort of compulsion placed upon it, only some sort of ward against fire.
Oh, does it?
Yes, from what I can see in the runage, I can see some... I believe it's supposed to activate when you enter into the valley. As I am assuming. That wasn't mentioned, sorry. But it's supposed to activate when you reach a certain point, or it's a proximity activation. When you get within, I think this is denoting like a land border. He kind of motions with one finger to one of the lines on your neck. That is supposed to help provide protection against flames. So wherever you're going, it's supposed to be very hot, which makes sense.
Oh yes, he said it was Firegrove Valley.
Oh, well, that's, now that I think about it, that's just obvious as a place.
Yes, which reminds me of another
Audacious
place
bastard.
called Firecat Alley, but that's a
Firecat
different.
I don't know. I don't know what
That's
that
a
is.
Wizard 101
God.
reference.
That's a stupid Wizard 101 area. I'm gonna kill
I hate you.
I thought.
had to-
Listen, I genuinely thought that was the inspiration for that name, but I'm realizing it's
don't
just
play
a
one.
I
coincidence.
don't think
101.
Quest has ever played Wizard 101. He should. He'd really like it.
I
but,
played
you
it
know,
once when I was like 12.
Yeah,
And
same.
I stopped playing it because it had paywalls, and I didn't have a credit card at 12 years old.
insane.
Why not?
Anyways,
It's a good
why
question.
not?
Let's ask Quest when he was 12 years old. Hey Quest, why didn't you have a credit card when you were 12? I was poor. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Skill issue.
I'm the
Okay,
George.
golden child.
So, I was poor too.
We all were.
Yeah.
I am poor still.
I feel that.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
man. Anyway, so
Okay, too weird.
real. It got too real for a second. Anyway, a priest and a lich sit on a park bench. That's the punchline. Okay, so the best advice I can give to you on that, in particular, is it seems to be an open invitation. It doesn't seem like it has any sort of compulsion on it, so it doesn't seem like he's too bothered about you finding him, or he's not too bothered
Right.
about when you do it. Old dragon, he probably expects you to die of old age before you actually go and find him. So possibly do so at your leisure. But when you do find him, please speak to him with respect. I would hate to see you reduced to ash.
No, of course. I wasn't planning on being disrespectful at all. Although, does this mean that only I'm invited and my other party
Oh
members
no,
can't
no.
come
You
with
see,
me?
this second line here denotes a proximity radiation. Projects a bubble around you.
Oh. Oh.
So it can
Interesting.
as long as they are within your proximity, when you enter this designated, I suppose just the valley itself, then your friends should be protected.
Hmm.
I think it would be a bit unreasonable even for him to expect someone to just venture into the Firegrove Valley on their own and talk to a Great Worm. Still
Right.
processing that. It seems like you and Orthos have one thing in common, and that is audaciousness.
Hehe.
I knew there was something special about you, Siren. I just didn't know it would be so worrisome.
Wow. I'm surprised that you're so nice for a lich. Not that I know any
I wasn't
bad
always
ones
like
personally.
this.
but-
Like I said, I am working on myself quite a lot.
And that's very commendable.
Thank you. It's no mystery, I think, though. I have done my best to bury the methods by which it is achieved. That the achievement of the state of lichdom requires quite a lot of involuntary sacrifice, and it's something I am still coming to terms with, and something I am trying to be better about. I had my turn as the Lord of Darkness a while ago. I look back on it now, and all I can do is cringe. Yeah,
Yes.
I find it highly
Yes.
regretful. Highly regrettable. That does not, however, mean I have turned into some altruist or philanthropist, but I still try to do my best.
Well, I'm proud of you for doing so. And, we all have our edgy teenager phase.
Mine lasted for about 400 years, but who's keeping count?
Oh!
Everybody else is dead.
Sorry,
Sorry, but if Lich, you were there.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, yes. Humor A with group Z. Yes. We didn't come here to talk about my past. My past is sordid and not good for polite conversation or dinner talk. You had one more thing you wanted to discuss?
Yes, so before we get to that, I just had one more question. Are you the one who feeble-minded the dragon and placed
no,
the
heavens,
rune on
no.
him?
No.
Right. I just thought I should ask because I saw visions of skeletal hands, and I know you have them.
Did
So
you?
yes, like I said, I formed a mental connection with him, and I saw, of course, not just Orthos and Orthos's children and his home, but let's see, did I actually write this down?
Did
Let's
she
see.
take notes, everybody?
I did not,
What
but I
was-
saw
She did not
skeletal
fall.
hands, a white pain, which actually lines up with what you said before about being forced to do things through pain. And there was one other thing.
Consult the VOD.
I like to think this is like in character, Siren actually struggling to remember it. Would make sense. It was.
Hey, listen, she doesn't have many brain cells here.
Yeah.
She's trying her hardest.
Yeah.
Yep. And
I
I
was gonna write this down, but then
It was a rush of psychic connection. It's okay
distracted.
to not have perfect memory about it.
Yeah.
But yes, it's like okay. So your connection pointed towards skeleton. That's an interesting side note. Well, I certainly wasn't the one who personally feeble-minded it. I have those days are behind me. I mostly
Siren's gonna look at him and squint, and she's gonna the sense motive.
Oh, okay. Sense motive. He continues like those days are mostly behind me. Those days are entirely behind me. What my services are nowadays are consultation, and the occasional commission of something magical from some of my well-to-do clients.
I see.
I service some very high, some very influential and some very affluent clientele, and I work on a word-of-mouth basis. I'm a bespoke craftsman. Your sense motive, well, it's difficult. You know for a fact that the facial expressions he has on now are the result of a magical disguise, so you're not sure if those can be trusted. And his voice is always just sort of this even tempo and level. Probably has to do with the fact that he has no lips or voice box. So getting a read on him is difficult. He seems genuine.
Okay.
But yes, I personally spend much of my time crafting magical items. I don't do, besides things like this, I don't usually do in-calls and indoctrination.
Oh, yes.
Very, very much a step back in the direction that I don't like to go.
Right. Well, in terms of the second thing I wanted to talk about, it's in regards to my disappearing village. And since you know so much about magical items and magic in and of itself, I was wondering if you knew of ways that such a thing could happen, or if it's able to be caused by a person, and if so, what they would have to do. Make something disappear without leaving a trace. And now the running theory is, as she places her hand on her pocket where the letter is, that it may have been shunted to a different plane?
A different plane? That might be difficult. A different plane?
Possibly. We're not sure. I'm going back and forth
Do you know
with
what
a
sort
professor
of
from the
plane it would be
university.
moved to, or perhaps to which plane?
Hopefully a plane where there's oxygen.
I would hope so. Most do, but some are much less. I don't mean to be pessimistic, but I hope your village wasn't shunted to any of the elemental planes. None of those really support human life or otherwise for a very long time.
Is human life just not able to exist
Well,
on the
it's-
elemental planes?
It's difficult. Things like the plane of Earth sees very little sunlight. The plane of water is incredibly cold and has no land. The plane of air is constantly under lightning storms, and the plane of fire is made of fire.
Right.
Honestly, of all those, the plane of Earth might be possibly the most hospitable, though not for the fact that it is filled to the brim with burrowing predators. But a demi-plane might be doable. I'm not sure. I'd have to actually have a look at the spell myself. Now,
Well, if you have any better theories.
I will say, the letter specifically mentioned a demi-plane.
Right. Okay. Good to know. I'm gonna write that down.
Yep.
So yes, The professor actually did mention a demi-plane, if that helps with anything.
That helps a lot, actually.
Oh, I did write that down, demi-plane. I just forgot incorrectly.
Are you familiar with the difference between a normal plane and a demi-plane?
Demi-plane is a less pure version of a full plane?
No, not quite. Though the name certainly implies that, with such things as the ever famous demi-lich and so on. The name demi, as it implies half, is a bit of a false descriptor. It's half a plane because it's not technically a proper plane of existence. It is an artificial, contained space maintained by magic. Think of it like a soap bubble in an ocean.
Okay. A little pocket dimension.
Exactly. That is exactly what a demi-plane is. For instance, your average bag of holding opens up into a small demi-plane in the astrum. It's just very small and does not contain air because it's made for containing items. Things like a mage's mansion is created on a demi-plane. It is a mansion that it opens up, constructs itself out of magic until it's no longer needed, and then dissolves and no longer exists. So, a demi-plane, a constant demi-plane, a proper demi-plane, is a powerful spell, usually reserved only for the most capable of mages, because you're creating what is essentially a pseudo-dimension that can contain. I know very few people who can create an item like that, but it is doable.
Are you able to? It would have to be someone powerful to do that. Well, in case the theory of a demiplane isn't possible and that's not what it is, what else could it be? Do you reckon?
Perhaps moving it to an alternate reality where it didn't exist, so it could exist there for a time. That would be difficult. Reaching other versions of the materium is considerably more difficult than reaching other planes. You are it's like taking a left step in a direction you don't know exists.
I see.
It's like the concept of Wittershins.
Do you know what? Through your connections, and I just figured I'd ask this, through your connections, do you think you'd be able to help me locate the person who did this? If I may be so direct.
Give me a sense motive.
Okay. Now, I have to ask, because this is such a specific thing that I've always wondered this. Siren's wind character voices, it gives her a +1 to sense motive to discern lies and whisper up to 30 feet away. So does that count for only distance?
No, it counts for
motive?
any lies you wish to read into within 30 feet of you.
Okay, so for
That
each
includes
roll, I'll
this.
assume it's always a +1. Alright, so the last one was actually a 17, and this one will be a 22.
Despite the artificial nature of his features, you see his lips lock up for a second as his mind seems to hit on something when you ask him about that, and he says, I believe I know who did it, and I believe I know who used the item.
Really? Do you?
Yes.
Do you? She pulls out a pen and a little notepad. Name, social security number. No, I'm just kidding. Just name and a way I could contact them.
You hear a breath suck between his teeth and says, "You're going to hate me for this."
Oh,
Probably on both counts.
It was him.
I made the item.
You.
Like I said, there's very few people in this world who can make something like that. And I only just remembered I made something that fits roughly that description. Now, mind you, I didn't make it knowing that this is the use that it was going to be used for. I made it with the understanding that somebody wanted a personal demi-plane they could use.
Oh, what even is the item?
It's a snow globe.
What is it called? A snow globe.
It's a snow globe that has a demiplane contained within it, in which items or structures can be moved into. As for who commissioned the item, again, you're going to hate me for this, I can't tell you.
Sarah kind of lowers the notepad and slumps again as she kind of places the notepad back where it was and then
It
buries
is-
her head in her
It is
hands.
not that I do not want to tell you. I would love to, but I am under strict contractual obligations, and if I break it once, then nobody can ever hold me to my word. I will say,
No, it's alright.
as offering some sort of compensation for this, they are not a small figure, and they are active within the world's politics. I should say the world's events, not politics. He actually doesn't care for politics very much. More than likely,
Influential.
you will find him at some point, or he will find you, given the current situation. Also, it just occurred to me, and this is more information than I should give you, if I was going to be holding strictly to the word of the contract. But he probably had something to do with the dragon.
Now, why would someone create that much trouble? She asks very innocently.
I imagine either for the thrill of it, or because they have a particular grudge. I just need to, I won't say it outright. I can't say the name outright, but I will say, what sort of person would have the opportunity to abduct a full-grown red dragon, Mythos' brood, steal a village, and then years later, unleash that dragon on a city?
I don't think that they would do this as separate incidents. Maybe it's part of some conspiracy? But then again, that doesn't make sense because a village in the middle of nowhere has nothing to do with Orthos.
It's
At
true.
least I don't think so.
Is there, but this is a question more to yourself then. Was there anything within the village that would warrant being stolen like that?
She's gonna take a moment to really, look within her mind and think real hard. Would there be anything?
I mean, as far as you know, the most special thing within the village might have been your mom? And one other thing, but that's, I think, a personal bias. Yeah, no, your village was overall the image of Flaminski normal. There was very little that was weird or off about it. Possibly the most non-normal thing would have been your family.
So she kind of looks at Harry and goes, there was nothing of monetary value or no items, as far as I know, unless there's something I didn't know about. As far as I can tell, the only thing of importance or anything that would distinguish it from any normal village was my family, because of the way that it is and the properties that the members have. But in that case, then it would have to have been someone that knew them personally or had some kind of reason to take them hostage for some use or something.
Kind of,
Which is, that's awful to think about.
kind of crunches his eyebrows a bit and says, doesn't seem like enough to get the attention of somebody of quite that scale. Scale.
Well, there is something else. There's my dad. And as far as I know, I don't think he was in the village when it was shunted. But are you familiar with the name Rakan? No, not Rakan. That's from League of Legends.
I
Rashawn.
was about to say League of
I was going League?
Asking
Oh.
the Lich
No
if he
League in
plays
my
League of
house.
Legends.
Yeah, you
and
play
then-
League.
You play League, bro? It's like, no. Harry would
main.
play Dota.
Or he's a Karthus main in League. He doesn't like doing anything.
And, like, yeah, my days of actively participating in bullshit are over. Hit R, be done with it.
Harry's like, yeah, I
No,
know.
then he should play Yumi.
I see.
Yeah.
Yes.
How funny would it be to have the Lich play the fucking kid?
Yeah.
Come on, guys. You see my vision.
That's true. I do see.
Harry used to be mid lane. Now he's support. Kratos, what are you doing here? The Nexus needs protection. Yes, of course. I'm sorry. I need my limpet mines. So good old days of Karthus just posting himself in front of the Nexus and doing fuck all else. I remember season 3. Season 3 sucked. The expression on Harry's face is puzzled for a second. Names are difficult over time.
Or one of his many aliases. I think the most common one around these parts of the world is the Celestial Serpent? Or something to that?
The issue with monikers like that, especially over time, is there's a finite amount of original titles that people can give to
Right.
creatures of import, and so there's a lot of celestial serpents in this world. Some are dead, there's others who are yet to be called it, and there are probably about 200 different figures of cultural and religious importance that probably bear that moniker. Rashawn. I do not know the name, but given what I know about you just mentioned, and the features on your face, if you don't mind me referencing that, you are talking about a air celestial, more specifically an elemental of some power, which
Yeah.
I'm not sure why an air elemental would get mixed up in with somebody like that.
Well, I don't know either, but he's, I mean, even just speaking in terms of appearance, very different from how my mom looks. And I grew up
Imagine so.
really having a lot of nightmares because he was, I guess, sort of pumping me full of visions of how I could improve my abilities and how to protect myself. And it was all very horrifying and violent. I mean, you know, to a little child, it was just nightmares. Such as the fact that I basically acquired insomnia as a result. But
Very sorry about that.
he was. Oh, it's I deal with it the best I can. But he was very concerned about me being able to protect myself.
That could make sense. That might speak to a grudge then, something that spans generations, which would make sense. Might be why the person in question targeted your village. Either it's some advanced form of hostage taking, or it's just supposed to be a spit in your father's eye.
It's all very weird, very strange. What did you say the name of the item was?
It was just a snow globe. I never really gave it much of a ceremonious name. I tend to avoid doing that now, for no other reason than the fact that that tends to spread rumors and tends to make them easier to track down and destroy. I learned that with I learned that the first time with my first phylactery.
Hi.
He kind of pinches the bridge of his brow of his nose and says that you, most liches only get to learn that lesson once and then never again. I was a bit more fortunate. It's a magical snow globe which can contain a demiplane with it. It's more than likely he's given it some sort of grandiose name, knowing his personality, his penchant for pettiness. But if I were to hazard a guess, it's probably serving as a paperweight somewhere, just for added insult. And if it was done as some form of mud in your father's eye, or if it was meant as a way of moving from the equation or taking a hostage, that could be it. That could definitely be it.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of missing information still.
Very much
Doesn't
so.
quite make sense.
I get the distinct feeling, though, that somewhere along the way you're going to find it out. You're going to get enough information to figure it out. Especially with the
Probably.
trajectory your group are on.
Yes, I hope so at least. I won't stop until I do.
Good. Very good. As much as I have a contractual obligation to preserve my client's identity, I take no shame in saying that I like you better.
Thank you.
Aw.
As for your client, though, like height, hair color, like
Variable.
moles.
Should come as little surprise that this person takes and throws away forms very easily.
That's just great. That's fantastic.
I'm sorry, but that's the thing you run into with greater, older, more powerful creatures is they learn the wonders of polymorph.
Some people really live complicated, unnecessary lives.
The older you get, you either become more simple or you become more complicated. It took me a while to get more simple.
Simple is always best.
It is. I agree with that. My life is much simpler. I just take large commissions and make magic items. All the complexity in my life is in the actual construction of said items. This is probably the most busy I've been, the most complicated things have gotten for me in quite some time. It's all because of this one client. I'm going to have to be more selective.
Furry artists are looking at Harry the Lich right now.
No.
Hey, I mean,
He said he does commissions. I mean,
Hmm.
Speaking of which, since you make magic items and are so good at doing so, do you have another business card I could give to a friend of mine who is very much into learning how to make magic items? I
Is
think
this person aware of my identity?
no, but would
Actually-
you
And
like
And I'll make sure I
me
wear
to make them
disguise when
aware?
they send me.
I was actually gonna say, I think that Chico and Harry may have had at least a passing interaction. Like, I know that they didn't have like a direct one, but Siren mentioned that she met a
Yeah, she
lich.
mentioned Harry. Actually, she did describe him as a lich, so
You
actually she will
described
say...
him as a lich because Chico was like,
Yeah.
"We're talking to liches." What?
So actually she will say, she hasn't seen you. First off, her name is Chico, my friend.
Good.
I should say I described you to my party members as Harry the Good Lich. So maybe
Well,
she
very nice
remembers
of you.
that,
Most
maybe
people
she
just stop at
doesn't.
the Lich.
So I don't know, maybe she might have an inkling, maybe she remembers that, maybe she doesn't remember.
Well,
But,
either way, I'll make sure I wear a disguise first before I drop in on her. Should she shaman,
Shimmy shammy.
in case she summons me, he
Mhm.
reaches into his pocket and he produces another business card. He hands it to you. It says, "Either of you should need me. Summon me again with that." It's not an instantaneous summoning. It is an alarm spell, and it gives me information as to where I need to go. So again, that just notifies me that you are in need of a consultation.
These are very fancy as she kind of turns it over. How many of these do you have? Can I have like 30 more?
oh my god.
For the sake of my own sanity, no.
Wow, but
You will only ever need one
conversation
at a
with you
time.
was so pleasant.
Well, yes, but you only ever need one of them at a time. And I can always give you a new one whenever I come by. The The reason I say no is if you drop them, if you start, as it happened in one case, you start handing them out to everybody you know who you think might need the slightest amount of help, I will suddenly be finding myself a very frustrated and agitated lich. I prefer to stay in a much more pleasant mood.
You know, that's good. It's good of you for putting up boundaries. Speaking of which, do you still have that head exploding thing when someone sends
Oh
you
no,
a
no, no,
sending
no, no.
spell?
I stopped putting
Okay,
them
that's
quite
good,
a
that's
long
good, that's
time
good.
ago. Now it's more akin to a flick on the forehead, and it reads intent. So if someone messages me with the intention of harassment, they get a slap on the wrist and are turned back around. If somebody contacts me for the sake of business or other things, I have a method and a spell for filtering those out and keeping a sort of mechanical a mechanical construct of magic for answering such things.
That's smart. That's good.
Yes.
Well, Harry?
It's something I've been working on for it's been me at least a decade to work on, but eventually I got it working just fine. But thank you.
Most impressive.
Today's discussion has been mostly business. All the same, it has been a pleasure, and I'm very, very sorry about what has led up until this point. It slipped my mind just exactly. It has been some time since I made that item, so I did not immediately go to it. I'm very sorry
It's all right.
caused you such distress.
It's okay. It wasn't your intention, like you said, although you should be more selective with your clients in the
I
future.
should. It's also hard to tell where exactly the mercurial moods of immortal creatures take them over time. As I am evidence, I severely changed my temperament. But I can only make things and entrust them to the people that commission them, that they'll use them for their intended purpose. Unfortunately, an axe can fell a tree, but it can also hew a skull.
Yes, that's true. But, yes, I agree. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you very much for contacting me. I was hoping you would at some point. And also,
Of course.
I really like how this kingdom has shaped itself up over time. It's really picked itself up out of the dirt. He looked around. The architecture has improved. They have hospitals now. They removed that eyesore of a monument in front of the palace.
What was the monument for?
Oh, it was a commemoration to one of their oldest kings. It was a bit of a gauche thing. It was made with quite a bit of gold and jewel encrustment.
Oh.
They've repurposed it for better things. But it was a monument to the wealth of the monarch, as well as to the power of Lorbis at the time. This was shortly before, I think it was trampled underneath the Crusades. It's quite possible it was ransacked by Aerodine, but who knows? Regardless, it seems like whoever's in charge right now, or that being Guillermo, the Boy King, has done a bit of work getting this place to look a lot less shit. Anyway.
Yes, he's done a very good job, although he would never admit it, but this place is very nice.
It sounds like he has a bit of an issue.
Oh, yes.
Well, his the king's self-worth issues aside, as he clearly needs some sort of royal psychologist to help him. It's a shame more monarchs don't hire them, but more people don't find themselves in that line of work. The whole world seems direly in need of a psychiatrist. Fortunately,
Yes,
we don't get many of them nowadays.
I try to be one the best I can, although I'm no professional.
No, have you considered potentially seeking? How to put this? Have you considered seeking technical knowledge in it?
I never thought about that, actually.
Perhaps seeking seeking formal education in the matter might help you. Perhaps
yes!
when you're
That's
less,
a wonderful idea.
When you're less on the move, I would imagine.
Yes.
As I said, we're direly in need of people who can help others. And like I said, I quite like you compared to some of my clientele, and that is without reservation because you seem like a genuinely good person.
Thank you
We
very
need
much.
more people like that.
I try to be. I will look into education into the more psychological field of things one day in the future. And this card, she holds it up and gestures to it, I will hand over to my friend Chaiko whenever she feels like she has a bone to pick. Ha ha
Ah,
ha.
ah. Very funny. You get one of those.
Power word.
No, power word laugh.
Die.
Power word giggle. But yes, you get one of those for a meeting. After that, I'm gonna have to start charging. But yes, should either of you need anything from me, tear the card, no matter what it is, no matter what the nature of the call. I can always give you a new card after the conversation. That said, though, it seems like that's the end of the discussion, and that's business taken care of. He stands up.
Yes.
He dusts off his pinstriped trousers,
Cyril
adjusts
will
his
stand
tie.
up as well.
He doffs his bowler cap, revealing some thin, flaxen locks underneath, sort of cropped very short and almost like low-cut wheat grass. It's been a pleasure, sir. And I hope I wish you safe travels, and the sleeper be with you. Let's see. You do a small bow. Until next time.
Until then, thank you very much. Blessings be upon you.
And he'll put his cap back on. He'll turn. He'll walk into the crowd, and he's gone.
And Siren will make her way back to the inn.
Wonderful. Okay, that meeting was a long time coming.
Yes. I was kind of worried that, like, she was gonna, once she ripped the card, she's gonna be shunted into, like, his phylactery. And I was
She's
gonna be like, oh no.
shunted back to Mordon, and we have to just wait to see Siren for months because we have to get back there. There's no way back.
If you got pushed to
No,
like,
I'm stranded.
if you got teleported to his home place, that wouldn't have been Mordon. That would have been a fair distance away. It's a good thing he what do you call it? He wouldn't have kept you there. That would be kidnapping. Okay, Vark is in the library. Flick has made his request to the king. Hollow Hollow is conducting repairs. Hollow Hollow, you'll be able to get in contact with some cartwrights and some some craftsmen. They'll be able to give a fixer-upper, replace the tarp on your wagon, and get it slapped back together. And even improved if you can pay for it. Coin.
I think I got the coin. I'll try to improve this.
Well, they've got fresh lumber in because of how many repairs have been needed and how many tables need replacing after all the partying. So they've got plenty of lumber to work with, and they're definitely interested in working on what is probably the biggest wagon any of them have laid hands on.
The shack on wheels, yeah.
The shack on wheels. Road shack.
The road shack.
No.
Well, the cartwrights are able to do maintenance as well as potentially reinforce some of the iron that's begun to rust, the iron bands, redo some of the rivets and bolts, replace the wheels because you can only repair wheels so much. Eventually, you do have to trade them out. Make sure the axles are fine, and also a couple of farriers to come in and make sure that the horses are doing okay. So they make sure to also supply ointment to the horses in their burns. They feed them, pamper them, and in the end, the total price comes up to about 350 gold.
Okay.
You can consider your wagon to have been gussied up a little bit. It is now a bit more resilient. With your mending, you were able to restore the bullet hide as well, so the bullet scales, so that added durability to the cart is restored.
Okay.
And
3.
as for, like, if you want this thing to be combat ready, like so for it to be able to get into a fight without needing to be repaired every single time. Some of them recommend that sometimes war wagons get properly armored. As what you guys are basically right now is just bullet scales lashed to the side. But like maybe to consider proper armoring, maybe even like metal reinforcements for the wheels, something more resilient for the tarp overhead, maybe something like heavy leather or something thicker than canvas, basically. No, overall, it's that they're able to give your cart a little bit of a zhuzh.
Yay! I took this thing to a car shop essentially, but like
Yeah, they pimped your ride.
Yeah.
So that's Hello's business taken care of. Aria and what? Aria, you seek out any sort of official-looking person, as you were not given a proper name, face, or place to go to look for these people who might be able to help you with establishing the park.
He's probably just wandering the fucking castle.
Yep, with a child in hand.
Yep.
There's only one thing worse than a. Oh, I can't say that word.
You can't say that.
Stop.
Please do not say that.
Stop.
It would be funny,
Stop.
but no.
Never mind.
Damn it.
Not
Say
funny
it
enough
off
for
stream.
Ben. Stop it.
God. Okay, so yes. Anyway, child killer. Fine. The realizing this, the wander around the castle has you basically kind of flittering from place to place, looking for anybody that looks vaguely official or if they know something, they know anything.
Mhm.
You do eventually find yourself speaking to the royal secretary, who probably the best person to consult about these things. He is able to direct you towards one of the ministers who it just got out of one of the more lengthy meetings that they've been having, and introduce you to. Yes, the one he is able to introduce you to is a gnome by the name of Donald Fairfax. He's a wispy looking man who's comes up to about Alba in height, and he's got thin, gaunt features. He dresses in what looks to be fairly simple attire: a white hempen tunic and a pair of brown kecks, and carries himself with a sort of severity about him. Wherever he walks, he does so with a slight hunch forward, his arms clasped behind his back. He looks like he's getting a bit older as well, and is got a wiry mustache and hair that is slicked back over his head. He's introduced to you as the Minister of Agriculture and Beautification.
Wonderful.
Specifically of natural beautification, so anything involving nature. He's also a member of the local Druid Circle.
Oh, see, that honestly, if anything, Kari was probably walking around like, that man is not wearing leaves. That man is not wearing leaves. That man is not wearing leaves.
Yes, you were introduced as, this is Donald Fairfax. He is the best person to consult when it comes to the establishment of new green space within the city. Please, I have much to get to. With that, the severe-looking gnome looks at Alba, gives her a bit of a squint and a side eye, and then looks up.
He's giving her like a little curtsy. Honor to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you too,
yes.
young lady. Looks up and up and up at Karia.
who's looking down and down and down, just craning their neck 90 degrees to each other.
Basically, you are the one that shadowed the king during one of the meetings.
Ah, yes, I am shocked. Well, I would say that I'm shocked you remember, but I am becoming very aware that the longer I am out here, that I do stick out like a sore thumb.
Good. Self-awareness is a admirable characteristic for someone to develop even so late in life. I'm told you're interested in establishing a green space within our city.
Indeed, that is the hope. I spoke with the king.
You got his
And
you got
he-
his approval for this?
Indeed, in fact, I got his support, from how it seems. I have offered my portion of the reward from the dragon culling to investing in a proper memorial for the dragon. And
Interesting
I-
choice.
indeed, he kind of points at his scales. It may not look it in terms of color, but I, at the very least, shared some camaraderie with the beast, and I
I'd be
feel it only
careful
right.
about speaking about that for the coming days.
I intended to, but since you are to be the one that would help me, I figured I would be candid.
Good. Between people working together, there should be no secrets. To the outer public, the less truth, the better sometimes.
Indeed.
He kind of
Now-
he looks up at you. He's still got that hunch to his back, but he's looking at you sort of askance with his head tilted to one side, so one eye is sort of tracking you more firmly than the other. He's kind of looking directly up at you sideways in a weird, kind of tilted way.
Yes.
I'm hardly one to argue against creating new green spaces within the city. The more nature we can intertwine with the urban environment to keep people closer, the better. The more civilization and nature drift apart, the more we degenerate as a people. Though not many people ask for a park in exchange for slaying a dragon, so I have to ask you, more out of professional interest, being a minister of the kingdom and all, what's in it for you?
Would you like the short of it or the long of it? I know that you're quite busy.
The short of it.
Dragons have gone now from mythical and ancient beasts to being celebrated for their death because something, while I was locked in combat with the beast, had tainted its mind. Now, I will not deny that I have aspirations of kingship in my future. I am shadowing Guillermo for that exact reason. And if I am to foster a positive narrative for dragons, then I have to do so now in the place that felled one of my kin. And without proper context, the celebration, which is rightfully had for slaying one, will be used to propagate only more hatred for my people. And I would intend to try, at the very least, to have some semblance of dignity and give some proper weight to the ceremony, as these festivities seem to have been properly established as a holiday. Therefore, I offer you the dragon's heart, and you may. My wish is to bury it, and perhaps you may be able to use its latent magics as a conduit. I do not know how magics work, if I'm to be honest. I can do them, but I don't know how.
Normally, it's customary to celebrate a good hunt afterwards. It's customary to do so with a feast of the flesh of the creature you fell. Though that is unwise for most creatures when dealing with dragons. The purpose of this park is to make the narrative that I can understand. This is doable.
The design I leave entirely to you. I simply wish the centerpiece to be the statue of the dragon, which I have, I suppose, commissioned.
Mhm.
Though I don't believe that's the correct word, and the plaque, which details that it had lost its mind.
Well, that way we leave to the stonemasons, I think, and metal workers. For the park itself, what is a... We'll have to do some preparation of the heart beforehand. We must make sure
Indeed.
that it doesn't leach anything into the ground, and if we even want to potentially use it as some sort of linchpin in some sort of enchantment in the area, we will need some time with it. But we can do this.
Very good. My intention was for it to be a meeting area of sorts. I have been given permission by the king to round out the festivities with a proper burial of the beast's heart, and hold a vigil, I suppose. So, a gathering place would be very nice. Something that may bring some unity to close out the final days of endless celebration.
We'll have to find a good space in the city to do so. Someplace that is not choked with traffic or choked with buildings already. Probably one of the empty palazzos where... I have an idea. I have a place in mind. We can get at the very least, the basic greenery going. A simple carpet of grass before we start worrying about anything more extravagant or elaborate. And a good place for you to bury the heart at the center.
I trust your judgment on this. I am no architect.
Neither am I. I'm simply a druid.
Fair enough, actually.
See, for the first time since speaking to this man, you see just a ghost of a grin. That is a joke. I am an architect. I have a classical degree in it. Most people do not. Most people do not expect druids to have formal education, but yes.
I believe you are one of the first druids I've ever met, so I would have no
that's
basis.
true. We do tend to be rather reclusive.
Indeed, and where I grew up, there was little room for them.
So, I will talk to the members of my circle. We'll get their approval on this. And then we shall create this park. We'll have to come up with a better name for it. Yes. I will depart for a time. We will speak at a later point. I shall send for you. I believe the king should be able to tell me where you are currently staying. And then when I have need of you, and we need the dragon heart, which I assume you are still holding on to, we can talk further then.
Indeed. When you call for me, I will have it prepared properly. It's currently sitting at home, wrapped in a linen sheet.
Have to make some adjustments. Very well then. We shall see each other later then. As he then turns and he plods off down the hallway.
Indeed. Olba, I don't wish to keep you much longer, but we have some more things to gather.
That is absolutely fine.
So yes, you say there are other things to gather. What other things?
Well, in particular, the things to gather, aside from the heart, would be a proper burial box of some kind. Something that, you may even just bury it whole, depending on what the druid has to do. It's probably still good to have a box. So, you gotta reach out. And then if the druid goes, you can just get rid of the box, and the thing will dissolve into the earth and fuel the magic, which lets this all go, or some fancy druid shit that he does not understand,
Yes.
then we can take it out. But
Fancy-
until then, we
Fancy
can't put it in a
pants druid shit.
cheesecloth anymore.
Fancy pants druid shit. Yes, and I believe, the last one on the list of things that need to be specifically taken care of is Mallory. Hello, Mallory.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy.
Hey.
You ready to be rootin' and tootin'?
Yeah, sure.
cross the city to find yourself standing before probably the most industrial looking thing you've seen in a while. The only thing that you ever saw that matched up to this was your scant few times visiting the capital of the Grand Duchy, that being the foremost duchy in all of the theocracy of Caspont. There was only one other building that even rivaled this, and that was a few times you passed by the Vitoli Gunworks. That might kick up some unfortunate old memories of just how brutal those Vitoli firearms were in the Revolution. I believe I went into length in previous sessions describing just how nasty the blunderbusses were when used in the Revolution. So now you stand in front of the Match and Lock, the prime factory of Match and Lock within the Quadranon, their headquarters here, Verdigris. Have your letter of introduction and stand before a gridiron gate where up on the battlements, yes, there are battlements, are several men and women in what look to be flak coats, bearing rifles, patrolling along them, and they spot you. While they don't level the firearms, they definitely keep a hawk's eye on you. One of the gridiron gate shudders for a second and then moves aside, rolling on what looks to be wheels. And as a helmeted head pokes its way out, you hear a young woman's voice saying, "Oh, you!"
Me?
The only one on the street with a stupid look on their face. Yeah, come over here.
Well, I'm going to walk over.
She looks you up and down. She, like the front visor. She brings one hand up, claps the front visor up. You see what looks to be the sort of dark features of a young elvish woman. She looks you up and down with an appraising eye, and then goes, "Oh yeah, the description was reliable. You're the shiny one, right? You're the one that's been asking around about guns a bunch."
Yes.
But you nicked one of our guns off a soldier right before the whole dragon fight kicked off.
Well, I did, and it did serve me well during that.
Yeah, damn right it did. It was a match and lock firearm. Of course it served you well. All right then. Come on in. And
All right.
she'll step back, and the gate will open far enough for you to step in. Inside, it is bare bones brick and mortar, red brick, and sheet iron. She closes the gate behind you, rolling it shut, hitting several latches that hold it in place. She has her own, what looks to be a carbine of some sort, shouldered over her shoulder and across her back. She's dressed in what looks to be sort of like an armored gambeson. Shoulder pauldrons, breastplate, greaves, and a helmet with a visor that she keeps clapped up, but withdraws what looks to be a handkerchief of some sort that she ties over the lower half of her face. It's just like, if you got anything to shield your breathing, you're probably going to want them, especially where we're going. You haven't got one,
I think I have a handkerchief.
I mean, you have a handkerchief, yes. were a man of noble standing. Of course, you have a handkerchief. It's more one meant for like wiping your face than it is one that you could like a bandana tie around your mouth. You could potentially like, put it in front of your mouth and nose and do it that way.
It's true. I mean, I did have what's it called? I did do that whole training in that what's it called, the village.
That's true. The naphtha training. Yeah. No, in that case, you probably would have one of those on you at all times. Or at least if the PTSD is working. But yes, you can most certainly shield your breathing with that. And through an entrance hall that again is just all brick and steel. She goes up and with a heavy sort of yank down, wrenches down a squeaky, shrieking handle on a metal door, wrenches it open with a squeal of unoiled metal on metal. Sorry about that. Hinges are a bit rusty as she steps through. Close the door behind you.
Mm-hmm.
When you step inside, you are hit by just a wave of stimuli. It's hot in here. It smells of smoke and gunpowder, sulfur. The whole building vibrates with some sort of thrumming, and from all through the building, different rooms you can hear off in the distance, and also the factory floor that you now can see just a ways off is the constant hammering of metal and the flow of fluid, water and oil, splashing, hissing, clanging. You are here in the factory during the throes of production. All right, step lightly. Don't want to be caught up in anything. Move quickly. Don't take too deep a breath. And we'll be in a room that fits your highness quite a bit better in a moment. She takes up a quick stride, going up onto a thin iron catwalk just off to your left. She steps with a pretty speedy pace as she power walks across the catwalk. At a clip that would make a military man proud. So I hear from the higher ups that you've been asking for a personal peace on behalf through the good graces of our good king.
Yes. You've
Why
heard
don't you
correctly.
just la-di fucking da? She rounds a corner. Her shoulder pauldron just barely like scraping against the bare brick, throwing off a little bit of dust and leaving a scuff on the metal. And it's about 2 seconds later that she comes up to another metal door that she wrenches open, and inside looks to be a pretty bare bones sitting room with a table and a few chairs. Sorry, we're not able to get anything a bit nicer, but we don't exactly take meetings very often here. That's what the office is for, but a bit full at the moment.
I understand.
In you go. She will hold the door open and gesture you through.
And he will walk in.
She walks in herself, slams the door shut behind her, and then takes a rough seat in one of the bare Spartan wooden chairs next to an equally Spartan wooden table. She takes the helmet off of her head, clangs it down on the table, slings the rifle and the carbine more specifically, and leans it up against the table and says, "Go on, let's see."
Mm-hmm. And he's going to take a seat.
Wonderful. All right. So, King says you want a rifle, or King told my king. King told my superiors. Superiors told their inferior, and that inferior was my superior, and they told me that you want a gun. So, kind of does a sort of hand gesture towards you.
A hand gesture.
And she just made she makes a sort of sweeping gesture towards you as if to, so, like she's prompting you basically.
All right. I would like something light that is quick to reload.
That's it.
Well,
Surely you can be a bit more
Hi.
imaginative than that.
how about this? Something which I can infuse my. Let me actually see. Let me actually see what I have. I don't know anything about bullets.
She brings up one of her like heavy leather gloves, which look like they're more made for like handling stuff in a blast furnace than they are for typical handling, like in any other delicate work. Runs it across her forehead, and you see soot smearing across her sweaty brow. Oh, great. All right then. How about we start with something simple before you start getting to any of that? Do you want something that goes in one hand or both?
Ideally, one hand, maybe a set.
Okay, a pistol then. That simplifies things down nicely. A pistol that's quick to reload. Oh well, that's definitely not asking for much, considering most of what we have are muskets. Alright then. You want a quick to reload pistol that's light. Now, here's the part of the interview that I actually want to get to. Why the hell should we make you a gun?
Well, I would assume that it was on the request of the king,
Of
which
course,
would be
the
one
king's always
reason.
open to make requests of us. Why the hell should we give you a gun? One of the things we've learned very
Because-
quickly, especially after the fact that we managed to, that a dragon was felled using almost entirely our fucking firepower, is that guns are very fucking dangerous. So we don't typically give them to people who are going to faff around and shoot people who don't deserve it. So why should we give you a fucking gun?
Because I'm not some gun-toting hooligan who's going to abuse the power of a gun.
Good start. Why do you want a gun? Why do you want a matching not gun? Why don't you just go to that Patoli fucker down south and ask for something that'll tear apart innocents to shreds if you're so asking for something lethal and long ranged?
Simply put, Vitoli's guns are dangerous, terribly made, and I personally have a history, or if you could even call it a history, with that individual, and having anything to do with his guns puts a bad taste in my mouth.
Alright then. What do you want it for? Besides shooting fuckers. That's just implicit.
Well, with the endeavors of my group, my party, our encounters are becoming more dangerous. And I am not too keen on putting my life on the front line. Sure, a crossbow will do, but whenever you're prepared, it's best to be prepared armed to the teeth, rather than with what you have laying around.
Okay. Alright. That is a much better answer. Good. Well then. Wanted to make sure you weren't some yeehaw shithead came in here with a favor from the king asking for fuck knows. One of the most important things that the old man Match made very clear before his passing is that nobody gets to have a gun just for fun. We can help it. At least not the good ones. We give it to the military because they need it to defend the nation. We give it to people who manage to prove to us that they're not yahoos because we like them and also because we know they're not going to misuse them. You, however, we know fuck and all about you. I know fucking all about you. Personally, I don't trust anyone who just comes walking in asking for a gun. Those bastards are dangerous, and much less so if someone we put a good gun in the hands of some reckless shithead. Little more be worried about than them going off and killing somebody unworthy. We're also worried about that person getting killed and then the gun landing in the hands of somebody who really. We can't stop the spread of firearms now that we've started making them, or we can try and make a difference. So, we've had a lot of people coming here asking for guns and saying like, oh, because they seem fun. Or because, well, I think it would be cool to have one. Or, oh, it's for a vanity piece over my mantle. In which case we tell all of them to fuck off. Guns are tools, made for killing shit. Sometimes for hunting. Mostly for killing people. So we take that shit very, very seriously. And if your words are sincere, then at the very least you seem to have the same outlook. One of the things all of us here at Match and Lock come to develop is a distinct appreciation for the danger of firearms and a distaste for their misuse. So as long as you're not a shithead about it, and you don't go dying with it in your hands, and passing off to some bandit, I don't see much trouble making you a pistol. You're in luck. I've been working on something to help speed up the loading process, though it's not perfect, but as close as I can manage. I will make you a gun. I'll make you a pistol. It'll be a spring-driven 3-round clip. We are naming it after the newest named and dubbed regiment of the army, that being the Dragoons.
Oh my.
You will be one of the first non-match and lock owners of what we are dubbing the Dragoon pistol.
It all leads back to the dragons.
This should be satisfactory to you, I think. Not, well then, fuck it.
I cut out. I completely disconnected.
Oh, okay. Shit. Where did you disconnect?
I think at the start of your sentence.
I was talking for a bit there. She says, I'm going to make you a pistol. It'll be a 3-round clip. You'll be able to load them in 3 bullets at a time. This should be satisfactory, I think. And if it's not, you can fuck off.
Okay, I heard I'm gonna make you a pistol. That should be satisfactory, I think.
Okay. As in, like, just now you heard that, or?
Yeah, just now.
Okay. Let me try leaning
All
in.
the detail is just...
Oh, the detail is fine. Is dropping away. She says, I'm going to make you a pistol. It's going to be named after the newest regiment of the army. The riders who are armed with iron firearms. You will be the first non-match and lock owner of a Dragoon pistol. It will be my personal make. It will fire 3 rounds before needing to be reloaded, and ammo will come in 3-round clips. This is a new technology that I myself am working on fashioning, and I very much expect that you'll be happy with that. If you're not happy with it, you can fuck off.
Well, it sounds promising.
Good. It is. Now then, she takes one gloved hand, runs it across her nose, leaving a smear of soot. Payment is not necessary. The king has already said he's going to foot the bill on that one. It's going to take a bit to make, though. How long are you here?
How long am I here? How long am I here?
You're not too sure about that, actually. It's maybe another day or so for the boat to be prepared. You're not sure.
I'm not too sure, but it can't be longer than a few days.
What's that?
All right.
She then stands up from the table and smacks it with one gloved hand. Says, "Okay then, if you don't want to go deaf or lose your sense of smell, I suggest walking quickly out of the building." She wrenches the
Also-
door open again, grabs her helmet off the. She grabs her helmet off the table and slings her rifle back across her back. Wrenches the door open, turns to you, and then says, "Shit, I need a name for the commission."
Ooh. Just put it under Charmaine.
Charmaine. Eh? Alright then. Fancy pants. And with that, she'll leave the room.
All right. I'm gonna leave too.
Cool. You're able to pretty easily navigate your way out of the factory. You get some odd looks here and there for some of the workers, but find your way back through the front gate. Just like that, you're back out into fresh air, sunlight, and not being slowly baked alive by the sheer amount of heat that just seems to well up in that factory.
Hooray!
Yay! You survived your first meeting with the gunsmith.
Hooray! I have cold resistance, but not fire resistance. This was hell.
But yes, that's Mallory's thing taken care of. So, second. All right. So, I believe that takes care of everything that needed to be done today. Oh boy, we can finally start moving things along a little bit. Okay.
Hooray!
Yay, we can finally get to
Yippee!
This is finally the Lorvis arc being finished. Okay, so things are going to move forward a bit more quickly.
Absolutely not. I need 3 hours of library time.
You get 3 hours of library time. Done.
Damn it.
Done.
You forget I control time, except when I don't.
Ah!
I'm just going to fucking roller coaster tycoon pick you up with pincers, drop you in the library, fast forward 3 hours, and then throw you out.
Done.
But quest, I wanted to research the papacy.
Okay, you can do that. Roll me a religion.
Alright. For the record, that is also what I researched last day.
Of course.
Because I would like to learn more about our friend.
Business partner.
The papacy has nothing
You're,
bad in its mind. I don't know
you're
what you're on about.
Fellow of business
No
acumen.
organized religion has ever been evil.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no dubious
Look at
implications.
Aldo.
There's no dubious implications to them by dropping a child on you. Never. 3 hours of
No.
library time. All relevant tomes are in tongues you do not speak. Nice one. That's a 32.
You don't actually have to spend time now to the Lord Army if you want to move
I mean,
the stuff
a brief
ahead.
overview is that the papacy it's run by a pope that is supposedly selected by powers that the greater powers that be of the Church of the Three, which are the three major overgods, which you already know. Then there are minor gods underneath them, children of them, relations, or other times just minor gods that came into the fold. The papacy itself is composed of 7 different orbital states that surround the seat of the gods. They all have interesting dynamics between one another, some adversarial, some cooperative, some just neutral. You also know about the relationship they have with Aerodyne, that there is a schism between them way back when that led to the split, and that at times they can be cooperative, and other times they are just waiting for a reason to go there and spank the rebellious child. That's difficult for them because it's considering the size of their nation and the difficulty mobilizing to do so. Likewise, Eridine has a hard time breaking through Caligo, being one of the most militarized states on the continent. You know about their relation to Mordan, that Mordan was also a result of a religious schism, very much spurred on by Eridine. Their loose relation to the Quadranon and to the erstwhile theocracy, and that the latest pope was, in fact, for the first time in several generations, chosen by divine mandate, where a celestial personally pointed at him and said, "You're in charge." Normally it's done by a vote.
I like this one.
Yes. Normally it's done by a vote from cardinals, but in this case it was a direct appointment. It's completely circumventing the voting process. It was also not one of the candidates, which shook things up a little bit, because that was a bit of a spit in the eye of all the nations and the candidates they put forward, that what turned out to be just a regular accountant got put in charge of the papal nation. He has since been working on several different administrative reforms, restructuring the entire seat of the gods and their and the way that they function, streamlining the logistics and the economy of the 7 papal states as best as he can from where he's sitting, and there has never been so little red tape within the papacy. Something that many of the officiaries within love and all the middlemen hate, because it exposes just how little they contribute to the process.
Sucks to be dumb.
Yep. Paper pushers. Anyway, yes, he's also, it's been rumored, been working on reviving the Inquisition, though nobody's quite sure if that's the case. Yes, that's about as much as I can give you as a quick recap.
All good.
Right. So, with time, the next day after the renovations in the wagon have been completed, it is brought and carted off down to the docks, where it is summarily loaded onto a... I'll give a description of the ship in a minute. It's loaded onto the ship on one of the lower decks that you guys are supposed to go onto. That you're also instructed to make sure to pack your things, not forget anything, grab any necessities you need before leaving. Let's see.
Oh wait, are we on the
Not on it
the
just
day?
yet.
Okay.
It says the preparatory phase beforehand. You're also
Okay.
informed that the ship will get you to Mordan. It is one of the newest, most... it is their newest ship, and it's made using prototypical propulsion technology, which is been field tested, but is still very much new for its time. It runs on steam, you see. It's very fancy, yes.
Fancy.
So that's the cart is being taken care of. The horses are being kept on another deck where livestock typically is meant to be kept. In this case, the ship has been specifically chartered for your guys' purposes. So this is your boat for all intents and purposes. But what it also is still fulfilling its usual function of being a cruiser, in that it is ferrying to make the most out of logistical possibilities. Is going to be ferrying a fair few people over to Mordan. So it's not going to be just empty, save for you guys. There's going to be quite a few people on board. There's going to be passengers. There's going to be catering on board. There's like food will be seen to. And there is what do you call it? There is a full crew on the ship operating, so that it may also still fulfill the function on the way back. As such, it is constructed to hold horses, carts, anything else. There's a large cargo hold at the bottom, where your things may be stored. And that same ship is also being loaded with supplies, which will, once the logistics are sorted out and they're offloaded in Mordan, be taken over by Stanislav's people to then eventually be shipped up to Strasbourg to help with the recovery efforts. Those will probably follow after you guys when you guys head north to deal with the bandit problem.
Okay. There's something I wanted to do,
Mhm.
or rather, I wanted to have Siren do once she got back to the inn
Okay.
on that day. So this would have been like, I guess, as we're preparing to leave on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
I want to cast Sending and send a message to Rashawn.
Oh. Okay.
Hopefully, because this is my dad, he's not gonna put some weird mark on my neck.
Mm-hmm. Well, that'd be weird.
Yeah.
I had to hold my tongue when you were talking about your father previously. That would have made it weird. But yes, you want to send us? You want to direct the sending specifically to your father?
Yes. Assuming he's on the same plane, because that's the only stipulation of that spell.
Yes.
Right. Is it 20 or 25 words? I think it's 25.
25.
Okay. So Siren is going to cast Sending. I guess she'd get back to the inn. She would, I guess, wash her face in the bathroom, and then the reflection of the water, she would look down and cast Sending using that reflection. And then, as the message, she'll say, Father, I need your help recovering the village. Do you?
I like to imagine Siren's counting on her fingers right now.
I'm not doing that. What gave you that impression? Absolutely not.
It's not just Sarah that's counting on her fingers.
Okay, so do you know who did this? I have some information, but I need your help. Please, Dad. And that's the full 25 words.
Okay. You do not receive a response.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna assume that's either by deliberate decision or he's not on the same plane. But he didn't even receive it in the first place. Actually, would I know if that's the case? Would I know if the other person received it or not? Or I just send a spell or send a message and that's it?
Let me reread the wording.
Because I don't think that that's...
No, it does not inform you if the
Yeah.
creature received the message.
Okay.
Like a little sign red.
He's left you on red.
Yeah. The Siren
What shit, Dad.
grips the edges of the sink and goes,
You joined.
he
the
left me on red!
Yes, Nintendo, you did in fact join on a very... definitely a sentence. So yes, also welcome in, hello, nice to see you. Yeah, so, you send the message, unfortunately nothing comes back. And you have
That's
no
okay.
inkling of whether or not he received your message, if indeed he did.
Alright.
Now, in order of operations, Flick, to your inn room. About a day and a half later, so shortly before you're meant to depart. Enjoy to the words, hopefully my father doesn't leave a mark on my neck. Oh boy.
You know what I meant! Don't make it weird!
Well, you were talking before about how your father was like filling you up.
Don't make it
Yeah.
weird! That's gross!
You did with your choice of words. I
You
also
know,
was.
listen, now you guys are being dirty and You know what I meant. Stop making it
What?
weird.
I
I'm
love
sorry.
you so
It's
much.
I'm very
nasty.
sorry. Yeah.
Nasty.
Y'all need Jesus.
Jesus.
Oh, that's coming from you.
Man,
Spirit.
you
Well,
come
listen,
from, you
I
come from
don't
a
have
place where they have a giant Jesus.
incestuous thoughts.
You come from a place where they have a giant Jesus, and it still doesn't help you.
Hell no.
And yet you're still here, and I love you for it.
God damn it.
Yes. So, order of operations. Flick. Shortly before you're meant to depart, there's a knock on the
Yes.
in-room door. It's saying as you all are sharing a room, and the room that shall not be entered has been sealed off. Kari is now staying with you guys, probably with the windows open this time.
Yeah.
You are
Air out the deep musk.
yes, the musk. My God, you have like the incest joke is where you draw the line, but the fucking deep musk is
What?
not the slightest repellent to
Everyone
you.
has musk. That doesn't mean anything.
Mhm. It's definitely
Your
a
mama's
choice
got a
of
musk.
Musk.
musky.
Musk.
God.
Good.
Yeah,
It's
know.
such a bad word, dude.
Yeah, it's right after the
The
moist.
word,
I love it.
it's literally moist. Let's.
It's moist, but for, it's moist, but for people with a. Nah, I'm gonna stop there. Anyway, so there is a knock
Okay.
on the
Yes.
door.
Yes. Flick will immediately bolt up and just say, "I'll get it," and march right to the door.
No sniffer. No sniffer.
Oh.
Good. Fucking in chat. The fuck. They're standing in the doorway. Looks to be a taller gentleman in a just in a blouse and shirt. Sorry, blouse and pants, I should say. He kind of ducks his head down through the doorway. He's definitely the largest man you've seen. He's bigger than Karya. Dude's shoulders barely fit through the doorway. But in one hand, he has a bundle of some sort. He said, I'm here on behalf of the Tailors Guild. I've come to deliver a package. Hello?
Who is it designated for? Just out of curiosity.
Probably you, given you're the only cat person I've seen here.
Oh. Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Yes, I shall gladly accept it.
Thank you very much. That's my obligations for the day done. Please enjoy your new outfit. I hope it looks good. I'm sure it'll look very stately.
Appreciate it, mate.
And then he'll doff what looks to be a very small cap on his head as he'll then use himself out of the room.
Is that fucking Wild Rose?
I don't know. Is it?
The Weaver Guildmaster from Final Fantasy XIV?
Maybe I just find it funny if a very big man works with needle and thread. Maybe I find the idea of delicate handiwork done by a giant person to be particularly entertaining, and not at all something I relate to. The bundle in your arms is wrapped in some sort of supple, shiny leather. And if you undo the package, you find that shiny leather is in fact part of the outfit, is bundled into itself.
Ah.
The outfit overall, as it comes out, it's weightier than it seems when it's bundled, but when you unfurl it, it seems lighter, and it's bundled around several smaller pieces that are assembled separately. Yes, Grim, mank is a suitable word for that. To cut it short, basically, the outfit, it's got it's the brown of well-worked leather that you're used to, mixed with thick fabrics, which you're not quite sure exactly what it's made of, but the leather in particular has a sort of reddish tinge to it. Yes, actually, now that Karya is staying in the same room as you, you all are basically packing up to leave. Karya, as you watch Flick get changed into this new outfit, you recognize that this thing isn't just like reinforced leather like you might think. This is made of dragon hide.
Flick is wearing your dead cousin's or uncle's
Mhm.
skin.
Thank you for
Karya
that.
does the sad cat face.
Oh no, nothing like
Yes.
that. Karya will draw his sword and point it right at Flick.
He's gonna skin him. But yes, what you have on you now, that being an ensemble of dyed leather, thick fabric, a cape instead of a cloak this time that can be wrapped around you to form a cloak, and of course, a hood. Included in it is what looks to be a broad sheath in which is contained a knife. And then right next to that is what looks to be some form of... I'm not sure what it is. It looks to be almost like a bauble or a charm of some sort.
I inspect it.
It seems to be made up of some sort of cat's eye stone, and threaded around it is some sort of cord that you can't quite identify.
If at all possible, like Alba was chilling like on one of the beds, would kind of perk up and would, just try to detect magic, like you see the eye symbol on her forehead gleam up for a second.
Well,
Ain't that a curious thing?
you look at it, and Alba, the thing, the little bauble, like the rest of the outfit, does in fact radiate magic, as what you have on you is now a +1 dragon hide studded leather.
Never goes like a little. It's magical.
Oh god, she's allergic to magic.
It's not allergic. It's just the smell of dragon magic is like a little strong. I will not say the word.
Would you say it's a little?
No,
It's
no,
Don't do it.
no. Moving on.
Please.
Well, upon hearing this new voice, Flick's ears immediately perk up, and he turns to look in this new person's direction.
Yes, Alba, who was introduced while you were out like a light. In the meantime, though, when you guys would have rejoined in the inn, you probably would have been introduced. Alba is the luggage that the priest wanted you guys to take with you to Mordon. She's a young girl with sort of milky golden eyes and a sort of spectral magical eye on her forehead that lights up whenever she uses her special perception. She's also 9 years old.
Bib.
But yes. No, I misread that. It is in fact a +2 set of dragonhide armor.
Oh.
Dragonhide studded leather. That brings the AC bonus up to a +5.
Ooh.
With a max dex bonus,
Excellent.
a max dex bonus of +7. So you benefit
That
from
wasn't
your
a- that wasn't
you benefit from dex to AC up to +7. So yes, the bauble.
That wasn't a joke, by the way. Karya is pulling his sword on.
Uh-oh.
Flick just turns around as he's
The
pulling
big ass
all of
great
this-
sword is pointed right at him.
and then there's a 9-year-old
eyes.
girl in the...
Syrian
She's under
covers
the
all
sword.
3 of Alba's eyes.
I let you cover like her blind eyes, but the glowing eyes like, or the eye symbol is like actually glowing up, like trying to perceive what's going on right now.
Flick is looking back and forth between the child and Karya, who has his weapon on him.
You have gall, Flick of the ear. to wear the skin of my fallen kin. Is what I suspect you would think. No, actually, I'm messing with you. That is what I believe is known as a joke. And then he puts his sword right back away and keeps packing.
That is
But I
twice in
scared
his
you,
Are
though.
you trying to give me a what is? Why is there a child over there? What?
This is the second
why would
time
you
in as
consider
many
this a
days as
joke?
we've-
What is going on?
This is the second time in as many days as we've had people like try their best at humor and fail terribly. First, it was Bark, and now it's Kari.
You know?
I appreciate the attempt at humor, but dial it back next time.
Oh, yes, I see. I was a little too forward. I'm still figuring out the comedy thing. I've been told that laughter helps bring unity.
Well, laughter
Anyways.
is good, but it's a bit different when it's coming from the tip of a sword held by a very big dragon man.
I see.
I still thought it was funny.
Also,
I'm incapable of comedy due to my stature and my.
No, that's not what I meant. It's just
Anyway.
you have to go for a different type of comedy. Anyways, this is Alba. We are to escort her.
I was just about to ask about it. Hello, Alba. G'day.
Why is she looking? I feel like she would do like the slow blink that cats do.
The one
Just to
after
show,
the other, the one
trust.
after the other,
No,
the
it's a fish
blink third time. Oh, okay, yeah.
Cats do the.
Okay, when
confused.
Yeah, the slow blink is when they're affectionate or you're comfortable
Mhm.
around whoever they're looking at.
They do that. They whenever they're comfortable or trusting somebody, they look them in the eyes and they just very slowly blink their eyes shut.
Hala does that sometimes. It's very cute.
It's very good. Shady does that sometimes with me as well, but I don't know if she does that just because she's tired or because she actually is comfortable around me. But
Oh
yes,
Lord, she eat
she's very sleepy dog. But yes, the charm in his hand though, Alba, also radiates magic. It's a bit more potent than the armor is, and it radiates divination magic.
Oh. Why the whole shenanigans with Karia's joke were going on? She had looked at the code and peeped a little because dragon magic, but then she tilts her head like a little owl, actually scarily far, as she looks at the bauble. That's divination. Not sure what it is though.
Oh, you can see this?
I can see
the magic
many
coming off of
things.
it.
Yeesh.
Like
If I really concentrate.
like turning to Siren and Karya. Where'd you guys get her?
She appeared out of a box that was brought to us by a holy man.
Yes, the papacy
It's a
has.
miracle.
It was she was a miracle. The papacy has asked us to watch her as we bring her to. Was it Mordon, right?
Yes.
Yes.
To Mordon in our travels. She has very special abilities. It seems that she can. She has premonitions as well as being able to see through anything.
Vark's deadpan stare narrows his eyes just a little bit. By now you know that this is his annoyed face.
I have the mental image of the priest opening the box, pulling Alba out, setting her down on the ground, and going, L'chaim!
L'chaim!
She's your problem now.
Good luck.
What is that face?
Yes. Vark looks like he just smelled a fart.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
There was no miracle involved.
Well, it has to be a miracle for someone to be as cute as she is, and she pinches her cheeks.
Aside from stating the obvious, I actually wasn't here, but from what I had overheard, she supposedly walked out of a suitcase is what I believe it is called. And yes, we are entrusted to take her to Mordaunt. After that, we can drop her off somewhere. I suspect that there's a reason for it, and
It's probably gonna have to be a little bit more specific than somewhere, because there's dropping off a child like her somewhere in the middle of Mordaunt.
He gave you a very particular place you need to go to hand her off.
That's a bit.
Not my fault. You guys
You should be
remember.
free to go. It's nearly like no one takes notes. I mean,
More done.
I mean, yeah, we were at Mordaunt, but like the specific place in Mordaunt.
Oh, I don't
I
know.
believe it was. If I remember correctly, it was. If I remember correctly, it was just quite literally the capital. But we were then told, and I quote, well, at least if I remember correctly. So actually, I do not quote. If I remember correctly, then the idea was that she could continue to accompany us out to Strasbourg, where we'll meet up with some representatives of the church, or the papacy rather, or we could just leave her in Mordaunt. Just ditch her at like the capital.
To be fair, the church is a suitable replacement moniker for it, but there's like they have people that you can hand her off to in Mordaunt, or if you would wish to continue to bring her with you and give her more worldly experience, and you're confident you can keep her safe, then traveling up to Strasbourg is also permitted.
Having been a little out of my depth when I was a child, I suspect that getting her out and up to Strasbourg will be an interesting experience, and therefore that is what I am putting my bid on. However, if we have to set up on more dangerous company, then perhaps not.
I mean, I will stay out of the way.
I mean, it is a bit of a. I mean, it would be a pretty. I would say it's a fairly dangerous game that we'd be playing there, but given how she's been able, but given what I've already seen of her abilities so far, which is to say not a whole lot, but people could be surprising.
Well, Ulba's not a fighter.
I'm not. Well, yeah, I'm probably not going to assume she's going to fight, but with the kind of sight she has, I have a feeling she'd be able to, I don't know, help us and keep an eye out for things, just in case. Especially after a fiasco, especially after the whole last fiasco, be too careful.
Just to make sure we don't gloss over it, the nature of the type of magic that was on the bauble was revealed. Does anybody take an interest in that?
I do actually, divination, but well, actually no. I guess Karia probably wouldn't care, so no, I don't. I personally do, but Karia doesn't.
I would try to figure it out, but if I don't, I don't.
Well, if you want to figure out what type of magic is on it, that would be a spellcraft check.
I'm not very good at that.
Actually, Flick will take a second look at it and then look back over to Elba and say, what else can you see about this? And he'll walk over and he'll show the little bauble to her.
If you also showed the whole hole, I can help, maybe.
Elba, you're actually able to assess what exactly this thing does. It's a relatively simple enchantment, but it's more or less supposed to be kind of a little good luck charm. Specifically...
Don't continue.
Specifically for the sake of Flick, this is something that helps with his swashbuckling. This is a charm of flamboyance. If he attaches this to any one-handed piercing weapon, so a rapier or something along those lines, it adds 1 extra point of panache to his pool.
Ooh!
God, it makes him zesty.
It does. Whether or not the wielder of a flamboyant weapon, the special ability can be placed on one-handed or light piercing melee weapons. A flamboyant weapon has its own magical reservoir of panache that its wielder can spend to use on her deeds. Using this panache is stored. Usually, this panache is stored within a jewel or other adornment. The reservoir holds 1 panache point, which is refreshed at the start of each day. Whether or not the wielder of a flamboyant weapon has any deeds, she can always spend 1 panache point from the flamboyant weapon to re-roll any attack they made with that missed due to rolling a natural 1. When the wielder does so, she may take the second result even if it also misses. She must take a second result. So that allows you to either re-roll a natural 1 per day, or use it as you would for any deeds.
Okay.
As for the outfit itself, it's as you requested. It's style as well as function. It makes sure to thicken up the the armor around the more essential places like your organs. There's some extra rigid leather around your neck to help protect your throat. There's the harness going across your weapon arm, as well
arm.
Across your right arm, and a cape that comes across your left one that can be brought back to something function as just a normal over-the-shoulder cape, or you can wrap it around and unfold it to function more like a cloak.
Nice.
So Abba would take the bauble and then tangle it like in front of the middle eye. Like you actually see her eyes, they're absolutely past it. Like in the middle of the room, she doesn't see jack shit with those eyes. But you see like the middle part of the eye symbol, the pupil, like flitter around for a second in the eye, and then just settle, and there's a little smile playing around her lips. It's nothing malicious. It is a good luck charm. Put it on your weapon, and it will, help you out in fights.
Like we'll take the bauble back, take another look over and say, Guillermo. Absolutely keep an eye out for us, I see. And he's going to eye Blot, I believe I have. Yeah, it's Blot.
Yep.
And yeah, if there's any place on Blot that this would conceivably be able to be slotted into, he will do so.
Absolutely. You can loop this around like the pommel of the thing, or you can attach it to the handguard. Either way, it dangles comfortably and without obstruction. There's also, in the sheath, the dagger you requested, which functions as a sword breaker with the serrations on the teeth.
Ooh.
A +1 dragon tooth sword breaker.
Nice. My old Drake's deck.
The Drake's deck, that's a nice thing for it. So yeah, sword breakers function as per normal daggers, only they are they do a 1d4 in damage. They do 2 times crit, so they don't have the ×4 that normal daggers have. However, they give a +4 on attempts to disarm or sunder bladed weapons. And that's that for your little glow up.
I got a bit of an equipment upgrade.
Mm-hmm. So yes, shortly thereafter comes a much heavier knock on the door.
Oh.
I'm probably done packing by now, so I guess I'll get it this time.
Mm-hmm. You open the door, and this time standing in the doorway is a average height, but I guess just off of demeanor alone, compared to the big guy who was filling up the doorway before, is a much more slender, but also somehow more imposing, raven-haired elven woman. Her face is severe, bordering on pissed off. General look of "don't bother me," but here she is, with a bundle under her arm and what looks to be grease and soot smudged across her face. There's seemingly no attention paid to either her hair or her skin, and aside from her face being bare, the rest of her is clad in what looks to be boiled leather and plate metal. It is looks one part industrious, another part armored.
Well, we are very popular today, and it appears as though you're quite mad. And if there's one person I know that makes people mad, I know who you're looking for. Mallory!
I think that's quite fair.
What did you say?
I believe this woman is here for you.
She appears
She's
unenthused.
she's
therefore she
she's
must be
standing
here
in the
for you.
doorway now, like one shoulder rested against the door frame. So you can grab your package or something, or you're gonna sit around on your ass all day. I was expecting you to come by earlier, but it's midday now. I told you're supposed to be leaving soon, and here I am making the delivery for you.
Oh, right.
She unwraps what looks to be oily cloth. Like an oily cloth that she from out of it she slips a sleek-looking piece of brass. Then unclips that, as it turns out to be a case that she opens. Inside, very delicately, she takes out a pistol. She grabs it by the barrel. She kind of jabs in your direction and goes, "Now, I do not want to hear about you shooting some pissant with my baby. Do I make that very fucking clear?"
Yes.
Good. Only shoot somebody that deserves it. Few rules of the firing range. That's it. So, personally, next time, perhaps answer the door yourself. So, I don't know if you've actually learned to shoot one of these things before. We do have a fire range back in the factory, but I didn't exactly have time to give you a crash course in marksmanship. So I suppose you better learn quick. Never point it at somebody you're not ready to kill. Keep your finger off the trigger. Well oiled and well maintained. Always treat it like it's loaded. I mean, always. First thing you need to do is think you fired 3 rounds. Knock it against something, or forget that there might be one more round in the chamber and accidentally shoot your foot off. I don't know. Flip the child over there.
I will not die through a gun.
You say that as if you know how to. You're going to die. You know, actually, I don't want to know. That would be horrific.
Only all of us shared that confidence. Anyway. In this box, there's also a maintenance kit. Enough powder for 50 shots, and enough Dragoon cartridges to do so. I want you to understand, this is the best work I've ever made. And I made it for somebody I don't even fucking know. So, make a good name for me. Maybe one of these days, I'll make you something worth it. Don't. I'll shoot you myself. She puts it back in the box, clips it shut, and hands it to you.
Alright, I gratefully receive it. This is now my favorite thing in the world.
Oh, and
Esmeralda leaves.
Also,
I said thing, I didn't say person.
No, you're right. Emily disappears.
Emily disappears.
Living person.
Living person. I see. Now there's a bunch of conditions attached to your affection. This is very Mallory.
This is very Mallory. It's giving Mallory. It's
giving Mallory. I love this for him. The in the bottom right corner of the box seems to be a maker's mark, and it's in a language you don't understand.
What language is it?
You think this might be the language the Chaiko speaks?
Well, I'll ask Chaiko later.
Yeah, do it later. She's not out doing whatever she's doing. Totally not in a box on the ocean. In a box, ferrying a barrel. The woman kicks off the door frame. Says, "Well, that's my job finished. Enjoy yourself, or don't. Whatever." See you whenever you get back, or I know. Don't bother me again. And then she closes the door.
I like her.
He seems very stressed.
Yes. Would you say she's rather trigger happy?
No, that's the complete opposite.
Oh.
She's
I don't
instantly
get it.
triggered. Anyway, but yes, you now have in your hands a box with a gun in it. Now, to give you the exact statistics, I'm pretty sure you've gone over the firearms page of the SRD several times before. This is a Dragoon pistol.
I couldn't find it, so I looked it up on the archives of Nethys. I got the 1d8, 3 times crit, 30 feet range increment, B and P.
Yes.
Alright.
That is correct. And misfires on a 1. The way that it functions is the way a Dragoon weapon functions is it has 3-round stripper clips, not unlike I'll say like in this case a broom handle, though with significantly fewer bullets. Or if it was the rifle version, I like to often liken it to the M1 Garand. The thing opens in like a hatch at the top. You take one of the 3-round clips, you press it in, close it, fires 3 times, you eject the clip, and then put a new one in. So you can fire up to 3 times consecutively before you have to reload the gun.
Alba would turn to Varg and explain the joke to him, actually. Because the good woman is a gunsmith, and guns have triggers. Siren was trying to make a joke about that. It was a tiny bit funny, but also not very much.
Alba sees many things. Alba sees many things, and she sees how bad your joke is.
Alba sees many.
She tried to make a joke. It was really bad.
Despite being the shortest member of the party, nothing goes over her head. I get a feeling that she's going to use her sight to give me a death stare from beyond the GM screen. Yes, I believe the last thing that needs to be addressed is the park.
Yes, yeah, most likely rounding out the ceremony, gathering up people, doing the whole thing.
I hate to
Probably
blow past the potential RP here, but I am trying to move things along a little bit.
Yeah, I understand.
The park itself, once you find yourself once more within the palace, speaking to Fairfax, you are this time also addressed by several druids as well as a few other architects who are accompanying you out. You are led to a palazzo that is a little bit further away from the palace, but is still on the main street. It's one of many plazas that are punctuated down the main street where larger berths are made in the buildings to allow for crossing and for traffic to move through. In the very center of what could, in this day and age, be the closest thing to a roundabout, a circular section has been cleared out, turned into just bare dirt, and there are now several druids in place helping to seed the area and spread fertilizer. It's a rough smell. It smells like aged potatoes.
Ah, good.
And as Fairfax approaches, he and the rest of the druids present form an array around it and proceed to cast plant growth. Before long, the bare dirt becomes grass, and there are even a few saplings of trees planted in along the edges of the round patch of what is now grassland. All right then, in the center, there we've hollowed out a nice big place for you to place the heart into. We've done some preparations on the heart ourselves. We've cleansed it. We've washed it of any excess blood. We've removed any impurities that may leach into the ground below us to avoid soil poisoning. When we do the ceremony, you will, I assume, lower the heart in, you will bury it, and then you will say your piece. The statues, unfortunately, will have to wait for a much later day.
I'm sure we'll be returning at some point. I trust that it will be done. I have little concern about that.
Oh, I'll make sure it is.
Indeed. I appreciate you, all of you. He kind of looks to the druids. This was a strange request, I am certain. I doubt that anyone has ever asked a reward by having architecture made.
Yeah, you're
But-
strange people, and these are strange times. Hardly of concern to me. How you honor the dead and what message you wish to spread is entirely yours. I am simply happy for more green space within the city and also greater beautification. I was here when the last king was in power. He had no mind for how things looked, only for his own gilded pleasure.
Yes, I've only heard sparsely on the previous king.
I don't like speaking about him.
Yes, that was the notion I gathered.
Sorry.
Hmm?
I was gonna say, I heard that he had a statue made of gold and jewels.
All the jewels got pried out by the Crusaders when they came through the Aerodine. They took hunks out of it or chiseled pieces off for the gold, but they couldn't cart the whole thing away. It was so damn heavy. When Guillermo came into power, one of the first things he did was he had the thing melted down, and it was added to the nation's coffers and immediately put towards medical care, which I think would be. Oh, I would have loved to see the look on the old king's face when that happened. He thought that thing was going to eternally represent him.
Well,
Untarnished, he called himself.
that. I suppose that is only lending more credence to the idea that living in a draconian way is not the best. But I digress.
We all have our place in this world, and we all have our own way of how we live. Though that is not to say that all of us must simply accept when they enforce that way of living onto us. After all, lion may hunt the deer, but deer can kick back. No.
Fair enough.
Now, you wish to give your commemoration?
Indeed. I suppose it was open to the public.
Well, there's a fair few people who gathered around to watch the greenery grow. There are people who gathered around before, curious about what the big patch of dirt was. You're gathering a decent crowd. It's not the whole city is turning out like it did with with the king's speech, but you've got a pretty decent crowd forming. Actually, as a matter of fact, one of the first showings in a very long time, while you're talking with Mr. Fairfax, there's a trumpet that blares, and a hole is made in the crowd. As flanked on either side by the captain of the guard, Shizuka, it's Guillermo.
Oh.
Seems he's making an
I
appearance.
did not expect you to find the time to gather here, Guillermo.
Well, I don't have very long, but I wanted, if nothing else, to be here to lend credence to your memorial. I didn't want people getting the idea that this was some sort of private affair and that I didn't approve of it.
Yes, I suppose that would have been rather bad.
You want the message you want to send to spread? You want people to believe it? They gotta know that the king approves.
Well then, I suppose I should get this underway. I don't know if this is completely formal. I did not have any attempts to read up on proper burial, but at the same time, yes, that's exactly my plan. Indeed, that is my plan. Thank you, Guillermo. Now,
I'll step back and let you do this.
Well then, Vair, Are you ready? I need you with me on this. I don't know what I'm doing.
Neither do I.
Yes, but at least I feel better knowing that you also don't. Very good.
As your dragon brother keeps close to your heels, as the dragon heart is put on a big brass dish in front of the hole that has been dug in the earth. Druids step aside. They fold their hands in front of themselves. The crowd goes quiet as Guillermo brings a hand up to hush them.
Striding along slowly, he'll look back towards everyone and then give a little nod. More of a thankful one, if anything. A little half bow.
Varg will give a slow thumbs up.
Thanks, buddy.
He's
approval we need
supportive.
Thanks, buddy. That helps. That helps more than you know.
Flick will give both a thumbs up, but also a off the brow salute.
Siren will give a look of, you got this.
I've never talked in front of this big of people before. They weren't trying to kill me prior. Anyways.
Do you want to be king?
I know.
I know how to do this.
Time to learn. Throwing you in the deep end.
So, striding on up.
Strasbourg.
Yeah, Strasbourg, that's true, actually.
I just want to add, Alba gives Karia like a supportive little smile and then not like, okay, you got this. I believe in you. I don't see anything that could go wrong right now. Everything goes wrong.
You know, if anyone to say, I don't see anything that could go wrong right now, the future sight oracle is actually probably the best person to deliver that message. I don't see anything going wrong. Thank God that you said.
Now, did she say it while her middle eye was active or not?
You better turn that shit on.
No.
You know what? That's enough for him. He doesn't know.
The
He still doesn't
thing
know
is,
what the hell you are.
That's the
Like,
craziest
if
shit I've ever seen.
If there's a percentage that could go wrong, she has enough, tech to not mention that right now.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Yeah, someone rushes out and steals the dragon heart. Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my god,
regardless.
imagine!
Spikes it across the floor.
Regardless, unveiling the small wooden box, I guess that he's got. Oh wait, the dragon heart's already in there, isn't it?
It's in the dish. It's in a big brass dish.
Yeah, it's in the dish.
Front of the grave.
Okay. And striding on forward, Karia will kind of look somberly at the heart, and eventually, as he makes his way just inches away from the Brazier, he sits down, withdraws his sword as he's done many a times before, and then lays it diagonally across from the heart, as if he's having that conversation that he did when he met Guillermo and of all the others, to just kind of lay himself bare. And
the crowd watches as you do this. There's expectation. There's worry, especially when you draw the blade. And there's puzzlement as you sit before it. The heart itself is a gruesome-looking thing. There's, of course, the fact that there are pieces taken out of it, but it also looks paler than before. As they said, they washed most of the blood out, so you see the white of the veins and the connective tissue, the muscle. It's a pale, snowy white that, like lightning, like crawling lightning, spreads across the vascular tissue. It's an eerie sight, and it's a gruesome one that some of the people in the crowd shield their children's eyes from.
That's not pretty. Taking that moment, he takes in a deep breath as he just kind of inspects the heart a little bit, ignoring the bite marks and feeling a little queasy, remembering the taste of the fact that he ate that heart and it was horrible. He kind of sighs and he looks then to Vair and motions him to sit beside him.
He does.
Before
Curls up next
yeah.
to you.
Le Wux, Ru Opala Ekis Civis, Sil Ulneta Mrith Wux, Le Wux, Ranoch Ekis Wer Ruruna, Nomag Wux Eta Adun, Nomag Daut Nelthral, Tike Pezik Iska, Nomag Eth Eta Hesiskatuch. For those who speak Draconic, Karya then basically said, "As you are laid to rest, I weep with you. As you return to the dream, may you find peace. May your death not be in vain, and may we find our home together."
Aww.
Then, taking a hand and raising it up, he snaps his fingers and prestidigitates just a little fire. He's got a little magic going. And then he turns to Vair and goes, "Okay, now this is where I need you, Vair. I know that your fire is not proper, but I believe it may do something." So, with his hand now on fire, he places it on top of the heart and then goes, "Please, invoke your flame onto this."
Okay. Vair stands on all fours, raises himself low, takes a deep breath, and exhales purple fire across the heart. Washes over it like any flame would, but leaves no burns, leaves no scars, it causes no ash. But you do notice that the heart seems to desiccate ever so slightly. It wilts almost under the purple fire. As he last gout comes out, Vair takes a deep breath, clears his serpentine throat, holds his head aloft.
May you find peace, Orthoki. I can only hope that we can find what did this to you. But for now, there's nothing more I can do. Grabbing the sword, he would stand slowly, not necessarily holding it in his hands, but kind of cradling it almost, as he then places it back on his back, gives a deep bow to the heart one more time, and then with his own little flame would heat the bowl just a little bit as best he can. He can't produce flame, but he can do a little bit, just a little flick. And well, that's all I suppose I can do. I can't blow fire, but and after the deep bow, he steps away just a little bit and go, "Thank you all. I would have performed a proper rite, but I don't have the capability of shooting fire from my mouth, and frankly, neither does my brother."
One of the children in the crowd is like, "That looked like fire to me," and then his mother clamps her hand over his mouth. The smartass is shut up. The crowd otherwise is perfectly still. There's some restlessness, still some worry, mostly wonderment as to why such reverence is being shown to this giant heart.
This is when Karya... Yeah, this is actually when Karya would turn back to address the people, rather, and clear his throat, making note of the child who said, "That looked like fire to me," though not angry. He's not wrong. Just kind of nods. And then, what is the new name of the... it's I can't remember. Vertigree. I keep saying vertigo, and that's not correct. They still get dizzy.
Still high.
People of Vertigree, my name is Karya. and I am a bastard son of Orthos. This is my brother Vair. I dare not give him the same name. Though there may be some confusion as to what is being done, I need only thank you all for allowing me to do this. Understand that dragonkind have not been seen in ages, as I'm sure you're aware, and I hope that the madness that encroached upon this dragon does not change your view of the others who wish to do good, those who wish to rest, those who wish to do better. So, and he'll kind of give a deep bow to the crowd, and then he'll kind of take Vair's head and push it down.
Vair will not resist.
Well, yeah. We thank you, and hope the festivities of Wormfall are remembered with the truth that not all of dragonkind have lost their minds, and in time, we may do better. Thank you all.
With that, actually, Guillermo will step forward. He will approach you.
Did I say the wrong thing?
No.
Okay.
You're doing great. He'll stand across from you, and he'll extend his hand. And from underneath his cloak, which is now a vivid green, he'll extend his hand for you to shake.
After taking a moment, Kara will match his eyes, look to his hand, look to him, crack a half smile, and then meet his hand. Yeah.
He takes your hand, you take his. He says, "Let this memorial stand as hope for a brighter future where dragonkind and humanity do not have to be at war. While the dragon need to be slain because of the threat it posed, let it stand here, its heart buried beneath our earth, as a symbol of, hopefully, better relations going forward. We dragon and man shake hands. May our people do the same in the future."
Thank you, Guillermo. You could get through to your people far better than I ever could. He'll kind of lean over and whisper, like,
I've had some practice.
Indeed.
You'll do the same for yours.
That is the hope. But, you know, the Iron Dragon of Lorbus. He kind of wiggles his fingers a little bit.
It's all smiles as he shakes your hands. He comes in like real close to like whisper in your ear, hiding his mouth behind your like head and chest. He was like, "Do not even fucking start, Karya." Like one of his like what comes around as like a pat on the shoulder is followed by like a jab into your like right pectorals.
Ah!
It's just a single finger that like jabs right underneath the moob.
Fair enough.
But yes, he then pulls away, all smiles, and waves to the crowd and says, "Karya is a representative of the dragon folk. And while he does not necessarily represent them, he is what I hope to be. Evidence that we can cooperate and that we don't need to fell a dragon every single time it enters our borders. He is a guest of the kingdom, and he is a close personal friend of mine. He gave this message today, and he conducts this burial rite with my explicit approval.
Blessing, yeah.
My blessing. On this ground will stand a monument to commemorate this bond and to immortalize what happened. The dragon did not attack us out of malicious intent, and had rather been ensorcelled. We came upon this information after the fact, and it is regretful to me. It does also not change the damage that it did. Thank you all for your time. And he will step back. Please, continue the ride.
Well, now we may lower it. And
The cart itself, some of the druids step forward and they begin to wrap it in cord. Sort of lattice formation. And then that stretches out into 4 cords that then they braid together to make lowering it into the grave easier. And they step to the side to allow you. All right.
sorry, I was muted. Sorry, there we go. giving it one last look as he approaches, kind of staring into his own mortality. He glances to Bair, gives him a nod, and then with one last little nod to it, he would just kind of take the heart itself, stand over the mound, and then farewell as he lowers it down and drops it, basically, because there's no way you can reach the bottom.
Well, that's what the cord is for, so you can.
Yeah, the
lower
cord.
it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Kind of lowers it in.
And then it touches the dirt beneath. Then Fairfax steps forward as you release the cord down into the ground. As all
The
creatures...
rest, I believe, is up to you.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, he speaks up, his hands folded behind his back as he straightens his back as best he can. As with all creatures of the earth, the sea and the sky, we can return you to the earth. May you find prosperity in the next life. May the land flourish from what you return to it. That he sweeps his hand, and the pile of earth next to it moves to then fill the grave, and then brush flat. This new grass immediately springs up from the grave.
Life breathes anew, I suppose. Is that what you all say?
Something like that.
I'll take it that I got it partially right. Thank you, Fairfax. Your help, I could not have done this without you, quite literally.
Good. A few people acknowledge that, as he will then step back as well.
And with that, I believe there's nothing left. Now we have to depart.
The king, the king waves off and says, yeah, he waves off to the crowd and says, "Please keep off the grass until it's settled." As he then approaches you and says, "And yes, you've got a boat to catch."
Indeed.
Begin walking towards to the group, actually, assuming you follow after him.
May as well, yeah. I have nowhere else to go.
The king approaches your guys' little band. There are children who immediately go around to trying to run around on the grass, as well as a few rebellious adults. The guard very, very calmly ask them to slow down or to please get off the grass. Nobody's out quite with a shovel just yet, but just you wait. And the parents of the children are being chastised as they pull their children off of the newly formed park, as the grass still needs time to settle. Economics. But the king joins you all off the side on the sidewalk of the roundabout that this park is built into. He gives each of you a nod. Okay. You guys need to go soon then. The boat is ready. The wagon and your horses are loaded on. Assume all your luggage has also been brought there by porters. We're just waiting on you.
Well, Guillermo de Lorbis, though I dare say you may owe me a favor in the future, looking that aside, you've made a fast friend out of me, and therefore, should there be anything you need, you have me at your beck and call.
Oh, don't make a promise like that. Tempted to abuse trust like that. No. I consider all of you friends of myself and of the kingdom.
Well, there's nothing more to say then. At least for me. I will make the preparations. I have stayed long enough, and frankly, I have made my mark on the city as best I can without creating too many headaches.
It's always interesting when you guys come around.
Oh, you mean headaches like what Lark caused with the poor mustard incident?
I heard about
Perhaps eating the heart
wait,
before
what?
there was previous. Oh yes, don't worry.
Wait.
Yes, you missed that. We will discuss that on the. We will discuss that
Right.
on the
I've
show.
missed quite a few things. You'll have to
We will
enlighten
discuss-
me on
it would
that,
appear a lot
Yeah.
has happened in the
October.
last 3 days. Oh, by the way, ask about the angels. With next chance you get. Singing angels. But yes, Karya.
Huh.
I look forward to seeing just what kind of kingdom you establish in our future relations. Saren, hope you find your home. Hollow Hollow?
I hope so too.
He gives you a nod of acknowledgement. Not that he just blows you off. He is trying to preserve time. He says,
Yeah.
Hold. The thumbs up.
"Your people will
Thumbs up.
find refuge in my home.
Double thumbs up.
Should they ever make their way here." Mallory, you tried to grift me. I have to
I did.
respect that to a degree.
I did.
To be honest, probably one of the more tactful times anybody has tried that. So again, to a degree, I have to respect that. But also, you rendered my kingdom a service, so you have my gratitude. Clark, you were the reason that all this kicked off to begin with. You've done quite a few interesting things and experienced quite a few interesting things since you've gotten here. It's a shame you had to cap that off with blowing up a hot dog stand.
Looking concerned.
This Flick looks very concerned.
Of all the things I was expecting you to cap this off with,
My spine hurt.
for all the things you'd cap off your trip here with, I was not expecting a minor misdemeanor on your criminal record.
He shrugs.
He would be, I guess.
Hope you find what you're looking for.
Thank you, and it won't happen again.
I'm sure it won't. For no other reason than that man is definitely never going to sell another hot dog so long as he lives. Flick, I hope your family troubles find themselves resolved.
Look, will curtsy. Say, hope so, mate.
Shako is not here, it seems. I don't know where she... Maybe she already went to the boat. She's
That
always been
wouldn't
a bit...
shock me. She's
always
scared
been
of Shizuka.
Yeah, and she's a bit standoffish. I've gotten that feeling from her. But I... If you see her, tell her that I am actively getting people to dig into the issue. And we will pass along any information that we might find along to Stanislav, who should pass it to you. To you, young Alba. I don't know what brought you here, or what pushed you so in this direction. I wish you safe travels. You're in good hands.
Thank you, Your Majesty. And can I get like a tiny reading, a tiny glimpse into the future for him?
Oh, sure. Just roll me a d20.
Okay.
You know what? The thing that just struck my mind.
No!
Oh dear.
I see the curtain burning.
Oh god. You know, one thing that crosses my mind. One like awful thing that could happen. Alba eats one of the fortune cookies.
No.
That would be so
Oh,
fucking
now I know
funny.
what we need to do. Hold and look
The
to
what?
Alpha. Holds up
let Alba find out in character. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah.
Yes, you roll a 1.
That's really unfortunate.
You see mountains of paperwork in his future.
Ugh.
You see,
Well,
you see from his perspective, a chipped quill in one hand, a jittering hand holding a half-drunk cup of coffee, and then just a desk with paperwork filled up to the ceiling.
She cannot hide that she has a vision. The symbol glows up and a little stronger than even when she detected the magic.
It's actually like shining light at this point.
Yeah. She tilts her. You see in her tiny face that she's thinking very hard what she's supposed to say now, and she just reaches out to not even take his hands, but like just touch him like on the sleeves. Try to take rest, even if the work piles up a lot.
You sound like Shizuka, okay?
It's going to be a lot. You have a lot of work to do. But I believe if you take enough rest that you can also manage it.
Guillermo just starts crying.
He's just like, oh god, let's just no.
No
There's
more paperwork.
There's a lot of work in my future, that's for sure. Yes, that's. I'm not looking forward to the amount of foreign dignitaries I'm going to have to play host to. We already are playing host to in the coming months. We're going to be feeling this for years, but hopefully it would all be for the betterment of the kingdom. And I have all of you to thank for that.
Well, thank you, Guillermo. And if I may, perhaps give you a little something to help with the paperwork.
Gives you a curious look.
Siren will approach and take his hand and cast Bless. Blessing him, basically.
I'm feeling #blessed.
That's it, pass.
You pass down Meluna's blessing to him. You see him, his skin warm up a little bit. You see he looks a little less pale, and the eyes, the bags under his eyes look a little less present. He says, "Thank you." Oh, and then you guys have a boat to catch. I would say it's time waits for nobody, but that boat is literally waiting for you.
Oh, yes.
Wish you all safe travels and fair waters. Also,
Thank you.
Thank
dealing
you.
with the bandit problem. As my work isn't done, but neither is yours. So best of luck with that.
We'll be fine. You will be too. Well now.
I'm starting to believe that.
Mm-hmm.
That he'll nod his head to you all. He'll readjust his cloak and the flower attached to it. This time it's a fresh one. And he'll give you all a smile and then return to his entourage and be guided through the crowd.
I'm gonna give Alba a piggyback ride onto the ship.
Yippee.
Alrighty, onto the high seas we go.
The party then just hears like the fucking ship's whistle, and then we're like, "Oh shit, we gotta go."
As the ship whistles and we get onto the ship, Siren's gonna turn to everyone as they're walking on and go, "I have a few things to tell you." And I'll just say off screen.
As the camera
she...
rises above the roofs of Verdigris, and Siren begins filling people in on what exactly she found out when talking to Harry. Also, probably at some point it's elucidated what exactly happened with the hot dog stand. We can also explain that, I think.
You did what?
Yeah.
You did what to that salesman?
Yeah, we can explain that, I think, when session's over. You all, however, just to cap things off, as it then zoom towards the dock, where you see a large steamboat with a large paddle frame on the back to one second. Have you guys ever seen the movie to to what's it called again? Huckleberry Finn.
Oh yeah. The old one.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
you ever seen those riverboats with the big like circular paddle on the back?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
One of them.
describe it. It's like the river barges with the like rotating. God, how to describe it?
That's a steamboat.
Yeah, simple as that. Yeah, it's like it looks like a ferry. Only in this case, it's a proper big boat with high sides and a loading dock at the bottom. And it's got chimneys that come up from where you assume the engine house would be. Or any of you even know what an engine is. The paddle is stationary at the moment, but the engine is smoking as the smoke seeps up out of the stacks. The crew is busy moving some things at the last moment, strapping things down, getting stuff situated. There's also the emergency sails that are being prepared just in case they need wind power. And then there's the plank that goes up. It's a large, it's a wide thing with proper handrails to make sure people don't just fall off. Some of the last few passengers are loading up onto it. You all approach. You see up on the deck, it looks to be a larger, portly man with well-groomed blonde hair, a big bushy mustache, and a captain's uniform in bright powder blue with with decorations on it. We call it a sailor's cap and his arms folded behind his back. He spots all of you approaching the harbor. He motions for you all to approach the ramp up the plank.
Oh, with that, the Varkark may be completed. Steps up. We've made it.
Race to you, last one there is a rotten fish.
I will immediately shove Siren into the water. No,
No! I have Alba on my back.
Last one
There's
up the ramp. Last one up the ramp. A spoiled hagfish.
I mean, to be entirely fair, if Sarah would fall, Alba would absolutely like jump on Karia.
The
Start
feathers
biting
behind
it.
her
No,
ears flutter
not
as
an
she
attack weapon, but more like an okay, you carry me now.
You carry me now.
appease.
Parasite jumping from one host to the next.
Last one, Sarah, like, Warg Dimension Doors.
Sorry, what was
Oh
that?
man, dimension dooring would be such a dick move. By the way, wait a minute. I had to process what you fucking said. Race you there, Flick. Damn.
Boop.
Vark, not Flick.
So yes, you make your way up some of you a little quicker than the others. The plank, for those who are going a bit faster, the plank kind of rattles underneath your feet as it bounces with you running. You find yourself up on the deck. It's a big, spacious thing. There are several crew members swabbing the deck, making sure it's nice and spick and span. They're mopping away the excess bits, and some of them are even filling in the tar between some of the planks just to make sure it's topped off. As the captain, who's a larger gentleman, seems to be on the older side of things, maybe in his 40s, maybe 50s. I see tips of gray on the end of his mustache and on the temples of his hair. As he greets you all and says, "We have the men and women of the hour. Welcome on board to the steamer. King tells me we're to be ferrying you all directly towards Mordan. Post haste."
That is the hope, at the very least.
Very good. Well then, I hope you all will find very comfortable accommodations aboard this ship. Don't mind some of the crew, they can be a superstitious bunch, but they're good lads at heart. The steamer has been reserved for you all on the express trip towards Mordawn, but we will be picking up a few passengers here and there where necessary. We are, in fact, picking up a couple of dwarves on the way through Yucatan in something of an unprecedented move. As for the steamer itself, it is state-of-the-art, equipped with one of our brand new technologies, our steam engine, which uses boiled water to drive the engine, to drive the paddles without the need of wind or any sort of manual stirring from any oarman. If any of you would like a tour of the lower decks, you need only ask me.
Is there a fox aboard?
What an
We
odd
look,
question.
and she's leaning off the side of the boat, looking at the horizon, thinking to herself, I loved someone once.
Oh,
Someone.
Just everything turns black and white. Soundtrack to
Just
like
no.
Casablanca starts playing.
Oh no.
The
Oh.
only reason I ask is because when our traveling party, there is a very particular fox who may want to take a look at that.
Yes, your engine. But a tour would serve well to us all.
Well, before any of that, I wanted to show you all to your accommodations. And with that, I think that's what will be the session for today.
Just before.
Yay!
Vark are completed,
before I-
at least for now.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Valkyrie twice the level.
Vark Arced Act 1 complete.
Beautiful.
Grim's had himself with self-care. Yes, what were you asking, T?
Yay!
Alba would just scan over the ship like real quick with her time sight. Just as a precaution.
Just staring,
Yep.
looking off into the middle
You
distance.
look at all of it.
Stare.
Yeah, the ship is big. Like, it's expansive. It's a it's a decent sized ship. It's covered in it's hardwood and metal, and this thing will last for quite a while. You don't see much of anything in the future happening to this thing.
Well, I meant like with the true side, but
Okay,
it's
yeah. No, everything is as
vast,
it seems.
expensive. Yeah. But still, the vastness also, kind of future visions, all the strands. While ships,
Full scan.
it seems pretty safe. There is, always a risk. And she gives a little groan and buries her face in Siren's shoulder.
And suddenly she's overtaken with a headache. But yes, the ship is as it seems. It's not a Shoggoth in disguise. You are on board of a large, iron-sided steamer boat.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you all very much for being here. Thank you for the folks who showed up, those who stayed, those who didn't. It's always lovely to have you guys, and we are pushing off and setting sail to new horizons, or an old one in this case, to newer stories. To leave
Animal
behind.
Crossing New Horizons.
Yes, we are leaving behind the quiet civility of the Quadranon back to harsher places and harsher times. We'll see how the party deals with those in the future. Now then.
Wait, I needed to talk to the professor before we left.
It's okay.
I'll send him a message.
He wasn't sure whether or not you were back in the city anyway, so,
Yeah, that's okay. With the
That's true.
power of sending, I have all the power in the world. Most OP spell in the game.
Texting.
Texting. That's true.
Texting.
Well,
You
then,
can make fun of somebody from
Don't
another
say
city.
that, because that's what fucking Yinf did in Genesis's wrap up. He was just insulting his Pillar Knight sister the entire drive over.
But yes. Yes, by maliciously abusing his spell regeneration. But yeah, with that, I release you all. Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and ship out here now. We had a couple new faces and one older one show up for a little bit, which was really nice.
Indeed.
I'm running an ad at the moment. Fuck.
No.
It's never accurate. 'cause
Actually,
I never know when the ad is actually running, because sometimes people's ads end sooner than the ad break says it's running. OBS is interesting like that. But yes. I'm going to go ahead and send us out for the time being. Or I might wait until the ad is over so I can say goodbye to the people who don't have a subscription.
I was about to say, because I did want to... Yeah, I do want to keep you for at least a little bit longer, just so I can make sure I'm adding all my new stuff incorrectly.
Okay, well, I can do that once I've cut the stream down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can we can recap older.
Okay.
We can recap the stuff we were talking about before, and worry about mechanical stuff as soon as the stream is over. That way, we're not taking people's time.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Also, I was wondering, maybe not today even, but with the Wednesday campaign, and I think even Sunday sometimes when people are awake enough, obviously, we kind of kept off sessions with a little round of Make It Meme.
Make it meme.
Yeah, it's a game where we basically make memes.
Oh.
We get like the memes itself, and then we just give our flavor to that.
Oh, I see.
I love that.
That would be funny.
Oh, well, allow me to end the stream first. Since I think the ads are over now, thank you to the fresh faces who came and the people who less fresh. Thank you for being here. I'll see you next time, hopefully, and thank you as always.
Probably tomorrow. I hope.
Here's hoping.
Fingers crossed.
Yes, fingers crossed.
Conveniently, OBS just stops working.
Yes.
Stop it.
Please never jinx that. I'm trying my fucking hardest to get this thing to cooperate with me. Anyway, good night, everybody. Take care. So long. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Crimes.
Good night.